What's up, guys? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all of you. Comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the other sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you want to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Using her last name first, Ty, TAI.Lindara, LINDARA, for videos, panels, etc. Go check her out, and she will hook you up. Tell her we sent you. We are going to be covering the press conference from day 4. I don't count the day off as a training camp day. So it's officially day 4 press conference, day 5, and 6 of content. You know, everybody's saying day 7 today, but no, it's actually day 6 if you count the day off. If you're not counting the day off. So, I apologize for getting behind. I've had a lot of stuff going on off camera. So, you know, it's been a busy freaking week. I just have not had time to get everything done. So I did get a little bit behind. Um, so we'll just see how this rolls, and see how much we can get done during this stream. But we got a lot to cover. I have not had time to look at most of the information out there. So, whatever is out there from yesterday, I did not get much of a chance to look at it. Because, like I say, I've been stop and go, like, for the past 48 hours. So, I've got a lot to catch up on here, so bear with me. So we're going to start with whatever was out there yesterday. We can always do the presser later if we miss it, you know. What I'm looking for is the highlights. So from what I've heard, T-Mac had a good day yesterday. Hunter Renfrow had another good day yesterday. And I think it was a very, very interesting day yesterday. When it comes to... Excuse me, I am just exhausted. I got enough sleep this morning, but I'm still exhausted. Y'all just work with me, alright? From what I recall, that's what I know. That I've seen for sure. I don't want to see the 2-hour ones. I want to see what happened before that. So let's see what's going on Twitter. My apologies. I'm gonna try to get this figured out. Oh, okay, that screen capture works. Cool. When was that footage? That footage was 3 hours ago. Don't want it. Don't want it yet. I want whatever was yesterday. Hours ago. Give me stuff from yesterday. Give me stuff from yesterday. Oh, there's a lot of videos from today. Goodness. Alright. We're gonna have our hands full today. I mean, I love it. But at the same time, like, we got a lot to do. And a lot to process here. So let's see. Where are we at? That's still 6 hours ago. Come on, man. Come on, man. We had a roster move? Okay. We'll cover that too. Real quick, what was the roster move? A new receiver. Okay. Yeah, I missed that. Let's see. Jasheem Reed. And we released Dan Chesnia. Okay, I expected that. Dan was kind of on the bottom tier anyway. So, Reed was in the Browns camp, undrafted rookie from San Diego. Caught 77 passes for 1,052 yards, 12 touchdowns last year. and he worked out here on Monday. Special teams player caught 3 passes last year. Put on the pup list. All right, good. That's gonna be a special teams move right there. We'll see how that stacks up later on. Good to know. Yeah, 15 hours ago. Here we go. And we're starting to get into the stuff I want. What do we got here? 2025 NFL Power Rankings. We are 28th. Okay. We're not last. We're not last, folks. But I have a feeling we're going to go up. I have a funny feeling we're going to go up. The Bears are going to drop. How are the Bears 17? Excuse me? How are the Bears 17 and we had the same record last year? That makes no sense. Okay, whatever. That's a wild list. Alright, they 5-6 wrap up. Okay. That's a live stream. PNP, I'm not doing that. All due respect, I love you guys, but I'm not gonna review your footage. Also, Happy Gilmore 2 was amazing. Yes, I saw it. It was amazing. Let's see. I need Panther stuff. Where the Panther stuff at, man? Don't care about that. There's a bunch of junk on there. Alright. Alright, the stuff we care about online, the NFL doesn't. And before Christian Wilkins got hurt, he was on pace for a solid season. Someone is going to pick him up this season for the low, especially if he's healthy. Yeah, he's going to be our next Jared Allen. I agree. With 4-man rush there. I do agree. Some stuff on Jameis Winston. For right now, we're going to stick with Panthers content because we are short on time today. And there's a lot of content Panthers-wise to get through. Let's see, what do we got? Saints stuff. Jeez, I missed a lot. Alright, what's going on here? Terry McLaurin finally in practice in Washington. Good for them. Shout out to my brother in the Washington Commanders YouTube channel. Love that dude, man. Forget his name. What's the news alert? Trey Hendrickson Zach Leader is planning on to report on Wednesday with his team. And he was being on holdout. Okay, cool. Cool, so Trey Hendrickson is back. By the way, Hall of Fame game tomorrow night. Do y'all want me to react to it or no? Let me know in the chat. Hall of Fame game. It's Detroit and the Chargers, I believe it is. Y'all want me to react to that or not? Let me know. I'll see if I can, but I don't know if I can. Alright, this is what I want to see. An angry Alshon Robinson ready to get back on the field, revamp D-line. Yeah. Yeah, show me this right here. Let's see this right here. He's angry because he didn't get a chance to go and play in the playoffs. Ooh. Okay. Okay. You know, my whole thing is like, I am not completely oblivious to what was going on yesterday. But at the same time,
he's
like,
angry because he didn't get a chance.
But at the same time, like, I was highly busy, so I just never got a chance to stream and cover all this. So he's pissed off that we didn't get it done against Philly and Kansas City. So you think that if we had won those two games, that would make the difference of us making the playoffs? No. It would have to be a lot more than that. Now, shout out Ed Oliver, man. Ed Oliver putting out some Washington Commanders videos. I just seen one pop up in my alerts. Alright, so oh man. Okay. Movie never seen. Don't care about that. Alright, message to the Panthers fans for FanFest. He's basically just saying get your FanFest tickets. And I'll agree with that because they are going fast. Last I saw, there was only like a partial group of seats, section seats up in the upper bowl on the visitor side. So if you want to get your hands on those FanFest tickets, and that was like 3 days ago. I don't know if those tickets are still there or not. But you guys, those FanFest tickets go fast. So if you haven't gotten them yet, get them. And I promise I will post on Facebook where my section is and the plan as far as where you can meet me, on that day, if you wish to. Where my guys are going to be. Me and the guys are. Alright. I'm going to assume we don't have anything major going on for yesterday. Okay, yeah, this is big news. This is big news right here. We got Shaq and Luke Kuechly mentoring Trevin Wallace. Big, big news, and I love that. Yes. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking that step forward and mentoring this gentleman. Because I see big things with Trevin Wallace. Luke does too. I'm excited because I want to see what kind of production we're going to get out of Trevin in the future. Apparently, these two gentlemen say the same thing I do. So, very, very happy to see that happen. Jimmy Orr Jr. making some headlines on the 29th. Alright, so apparently he went up in the air to catch a big pass, got popped in the back, and proceeded to celebrate. So, we are taking that toughness and turning that into a celebration right now, which is awesome. I love that. That's a very positive and healthy thing in training camp. You could do those things. Physical work takes a toll. Alright, so Derek Brown was limited in practice on the 29th. Chandler Zavala will miss a few weeks with a knee surgery that he suffered Monday. So it was a lighter day of practice on the 29th. Let's read about that. Shout out Darren Grant and Cassidy Hill, the reporters that were covering that. And I did hear about Zavala. Only briefly. I didn't realize that this was going to be a surgery on a knee injury. That's yikes. Like, our depth is thin on the offensive line, and losing Zavala is not a good thing. The starting five are good. You know, Brady Christensen's good. Cade Mays is good. But beyond that, I've got a lot of questions about Josh Neiman. I've got a lot of questions about the rest of this offensive depth on the offensive line. Zavala included. Because Zavala is one of those that has a lot to prove to me. You know, he's got to work on his technique. He's got to work on, you know, his blocking skills. And the times that we have put him in regular season, he did not fare well. So, we're struggling to find those replacements for those players and build that depth at the moment, which is fine. I feel like we can go one more season with that, you know, and just run it back with what we have based on what's available to us. But I'm just not thrilled with the idea of having to do that, you know? And I know Dan and Dave aren't either. Because they're looking to upgrade there. At some point down the line. It'll probably be next offseason that they'll be looking to upgrade there. It may take 2 to 3 years before that offensive line depth really is settled. And by then we'll have to replace the starters. A couple of the starters. So that's why I'm saying, like, we need to get that settled, like, as soon as we can. I don't know that, you know, it's an emergency situation with that, but as long as we get that settled soon. Because that is one of the main concerns I've had this past offseason, is watching that and just not filling in those gaps and upgrading there. It just kind of, it didn't exactly raise alarm bells for me, but it was just like, you know, we need to pay attention to this, you know. So, uh, but yeah, we'd like to get him back out there soon, but don't rush it. You know what I mean? So Jarrett Kingston and Jatire Carter are getting a chance. Okay, cool. So they'll see some reps. Noted. All right. Starting cornerbacks, Adam Thielen get vet days off on the 29th. Okay. And why that's important is because, you know, you got to give your big guns a rest and let some of these young guns get some reps and fight for some of these positions. So I do agree with Dave Canales' approach on this. As long as you give them the veterans enough reps, during preseason and during training camp, you should be fine. These guys will be ready for the regular season and be in tip top shape. But we've seen what happens when they don't get enough reps during a preseason game. It kind of falls to the wayside. So you got to be very, very intelligent about that, and not give them too many days off. But at the same time, yeah, a day off every once in a while, sure. Just keep them fresh, keep them energized. Let them learn, let them watch a little bit. Get to know their teammates. That they're going to be working with. It is very beneficial to both the veterans and the newcomers, and also the rookies too. And this also gives the veterans a chance to talk to the rookies and teach them as much as possible, from a sideline perspective. So it's helpful in that way too. Bartholomew is starting to turn some heads on defense. In particular today, picking off a pass, but we'll get to that. Because I want to cover the 29th, because I never got to cover the 29th. Let's see. Make a play on the ball in the right spot. Alright, so did he get like a pass deflection yesterday, or was that a major play on the ball? I'm not sure which. I'm not sure what they mean by play on the ball, specifically. But I'm going to assume that's a pass deflection. A major pass deflection. Andy Dalton looking much, much better, consistently. This is 3 days in a row now, from what I've heard from today, that he is throwing some good passes. So we're going to see what happens. The first 4 days, I don't know about that. Because here's the thing. The first 2 days he was throwing some bad passes. And if you're throwing it up like hospital ball type height, this is exactly what got Keith Kirkwood hurt. And we gotta calm that down. But see, the fact that Andy is like, calm that down now, and he started to settle in and throw some decent passes the last 3 days of training camp officially, when they were doing drills. This is a good thing. And he's also the emergency holder for kicks. So that's cool too. But yeah. I love seeing players turn things around and get things done. And that's Andy Dalton right now. I've asked for consistency, during training camp from Andy Dalton, and I'm starting to get it. So I just want to give him a massive shout out and respect his way. This is what we want to see. So I'm very, very pleased with some of these throws that I've seen, from him, in these clips. He's a big believer in the more you can do. Okay. Very cool, very cool. We had Brenton Buckner in the house yesterday. We had Julius Peppers in the house yesterday. And Mike Rucker and Chris Jenkins. Very cool. Very cool. You imagine as a new rookie defensive end getting trained and coached up by Julius Peppers? Like, man. That's awesome. You love to see that. Chris Jenkins is very, very helpful too, and Mike Rucker too. All three of them can give you a lot of really good advice. And Brenton Buckner was kind of all over the place in like about 4 or 5 positions, when he was here. So they had him on special teams. They had him at wide receiver. They had him in a few different places. So, that type of versatility conversation, with Brenton Buckner can really help some players out. As far as like how to get settled, how to, figure out like what works for you, all of that stuff. So I encourage all the players to take advantage of any guest past Hall of Famers or players that have come here, or even Coach Dabo Swinney. Take full advantage of these things, man. Soak it in like a sponge, because you may not get another chance. These guys are incredible players, and not just that, but incredible people. And so it's not just building your talent level, it's building your character as well. It's learning something new and listening from a new perspective, to gain knowledge that can help you in the future. There's Brenton Buckner, cool. Tomorrow, which is today, will probably be 15-20 minutes longer than it was yesterday. They're going to be working with the move the ball period, where they can start leaving the groups out there for longer duration and have an aiming point for how many plays that is, so they can start to get into playing 8, 10, 12 snaps in a row, which is what they're going to be expected to do. Okay. I wasn't even aware of the shooting in New York. I had no idea what was going on there. This is brand new news to me. But that's unfortunate, and I am praying for those people and the people affected. So, back to Panthers content. And I did feel it important to mention that and take a few moments to truly talk about that for a second. But I'm not glossing over it, I promise. So, today we had David and Nicole Tepper Foundation working with classroom stuff and education, which is excellent. We do this every year with school supplies and stuff like that, with our franchise. So that's really awesome to give back to the community. Love that. Mm, 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 mm. Let's see. But yeah, Dan Chesney is gone. We signed Jasim Reed to replace him. And that's the 29th. We're getting into the 30th now. If there's any other stuff from the 29th on Twitter, I would like to cover it now. I don't think there is. But we'll see. Y'all gotta give me a minute because I am completely off the bandwagon yesterday. I was completely off the radar. So I'm trying to catch up. Let's see. Trevor Wallace talked about his fight with Chuba. I mean, we covered all that, so I don't think there's really any need to get into that unless something big is going on there. You know, that really warrants talking about it. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just a squabble, you know, and it happens during training camp, so. Okay. Anything big going on? No. A couple things from the Saints. I don't get on here very often, so I'm doing it more so this month because of training camp. Because we don't have much knowledge. I did see the drills from the 29th as well on the Facebook Shorts. So I did see those. I was happy with those. They're again testing the mobility of the feet and hip turning during these drills, and mainly concerned with technique. Yesterday, so today is probably going to be more of an extra push towards that. Again, I haven't seen the ones from today, so. Let's see. Anything big from yesterday that I need to be concerned with? There we go. It's 28th. Posted 28th. My apologies for falling behind. It's been a busy week. Let's see. Anything major going on? Here we go. 4-man rush. Talking about the Falcons franchise. Not interested in that. Okay. Panthers wide receiver battle versus cornerback battle emerges at camp. And that's what I was emphasizing, you know, for the first few days of camp, is that was going to be a major theme, is the wide receivers versus corners. It was going to become a major point of emphasis and attention, because we are trying to figure out who's going to be the number 3 corner, who's going to be the number 4 corner. We're trying to figure out the order of where these wide receivers are going to go on the wide receiver chart. So, to me, like, that is a major point of emphasis that we need to pay attention to very highly. Moving forward, already covered this. 28th in the power rankings. Somehow the Bears are 17th. I don't understand that, but makes no sense to me. Or how the Falcons are 25th after we beat them in week 18. But like I don't get it. But ESPN has some weird charts. They always have. I've never understood half of them, to be honest with you. Let's see. Anything else that catches my attention that we need to focus on? Let's see. The 2015 Panthers were listed as one of the top 25 best teams of this century. And I would happen to agree with that. It's a shame we didn't get our ring, but yeah, that 15 team was definitely worthy of a ring. No question about it. Like, the fact that we went throughout that season and only lost one game to the Falcons by 3 points was insane. Like, that was such an insane year. I mean, yeah, it hurt that we didn't get the championship, but look at all the things that we accomplished up to before that point. And you want to tell me that you're going to wash all that out the window just because we didn't get a Super Bowl trophy? Come on. Like, we literally made history in a lot of different areas in 15. So, for us to be listed in the top 25 of that Mount Rushmore of best teams in the century, yeah. Definitely agree. And well earned and deserved. And that's what we're trying to get back to now. Good grief. Okay. Okay, why are you focused so much on Buccaneers type stuff? Bro, we need to I don't even know. Alright. 11 hours ago. This is Joe Flacco. This I do pay attention to because Joe Flacco's a beast, dude. Look at that speed Joe still has at that age. That's crazy. That's wild, bro. He still got it, man. He's still got it. Put some respect on Joe Flacco's name, man. He is currently the best backup quarterback out there. Currently. And I know a lot of people are going to say Cam Newton this, Cam Newton that. Bro, Cam is basically retired. The best active backup quarterback out there, Joe Flacco, no question. There's a wide gap between him and some of the rest of these guys. Alright, so, a lot of attention going to the undrafted rookies and players like that. Corey Thornton trying to make a move to get into the roster. And honestly, I don't get why this article was written, because here's another one by Dean Jones, you know. And it's a foolhardy one, because I don't know that this dude is going to make the 53. I don't know. You know, he's got to go out there and prove it to me. You know, and the coaching staff. If he really is worthy of that 53, he'll earn it. Just like everybody else. You know, so I don't get the point of like highlighting him over like all the rest of these other guys. You know, there's like tons of other players trying to find a spot on this roster too. You know, why are we not highlighting them too? You know, if I was a sports writer, I would be highlighting like every one of these players and just doing a separate article on each one. You know, and just saying, oh, here's the positives of why I think they might make the roster. Here's the negatives of why I think they may not make the roster. Here's what they need to do to try to make the roster. You know, and how that's going to impact the team if they do make the roster. You know, towards the regular season. That's the type of articles I would put out if I was trying to highlight some of these rookie and tryout players, you know, that are trying to make the team. You know, because you don't want to just focus on just one of these guys. You want to focus on the whole collective of these guys trying to make these depth chart spots, because everybody's important. You know, everybody is. Because you never know when you might end up down the roster to these places, you know, that the deepest, darkest part of the depth chart, and see these guys start on a football field during the regular season. I mean, take Felipe Franks, for example. Nobody thought that we would go that far down the depth chart at tight end to where we would have to rely on Felipe Franks. Case in point right there. You know, like, this is why studying these guys are important. Like, each and every one of these guys, and understanding what they can and cannot do, and why they should or should not be making this roster. You know, everybody is valued, everybody is important. So, you know, just pointing out Corey Thornton is just, he's one of like 20 or 30 people trying to make this roster right now that are fighting for a spot. And what I'm saying is, don't just point him out, point out a lot of the other ones. You know, as they were doing in that live stream, you know, yesterday that I reviewed. Or the other day, my bad. The other day. From the 28th? Yeah, 28th. To where they did like a live stream conversation, you know, while doing all the practice drills and everything else. They were highlighting a bunch of different players during that conversation, which is excellent. That's what I want to see. You know, they were talking about the veterans and the people that are trying to make the roster. You know, so thank you for that. You know, because that's what I want to see. They're saying day 6. I'm saying it's day 5 stuff, because I'm not counting the days off. Other people are, but I'm not. We could do the highlights of that, I think, if we want to. Do y'all want to? Do y'all want me to label it and count the days off? Because honestly, I never did that before. And I don't plan on starting to do that now. Unless people think I should do it. What do y'all think? Because, I mean, I see everybody else, like, posting day 6, day 7, you know, and I'm just like, do y'all count these? Or no? Like, I don't, personally. I only count the days that they are actually doing work. So that's just me. Okay, so 7 hours ago, today's questions were about linebacker trades, Hunter Renfro's roster status, the development of Joe and Coker in XL, Jatavian Sanders' year 2 outlook. Okay, cool. Just to give me an idea of what this presser is going to look like. Let's see. Is there anything good in the Charlotte Observer newsletters that's worth following? Y'all let me know about that. What? Sports Illustrated. Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this right here? This is why I don't trust Sports Illustrated people at all. This is exactly why. Y'all over here saying, oh, Bryce Young is going to get cut. Man. Put down the crack pipe. Put down the pipe. Put down the pipe because you are high as heck right now. In your own delusions. MVP Cam Newton not good enough to give Panthers an all-time quarterback rank. Sit down somewhere. Sports Illustrated, sit down somewhere. Ain't nobody following your junk, man. Bruh. Y'all at Sports Illustrated actually think we're cutting Bryce Young? For real? For real? Is this real? Is that a real tweet? Bro, I can't right now. This is the type of foolishness, man. I'm trying to tell you. Good Lord. Good Lord. What? Fantasy expert Panthers Ted McMillan is tragically mispriced. What are you talking about, bro? That price tag is perfect, dude. Who is writing this junk? Who is writing this crap? Who is tweeting these? I need to know. I need... Zach Roberts. Okay. Let me see if this same guy wrote the rest of these. Yep, Zach Roberts. Who is this dude? Who is this dude? Okay, he covers basketball, golf, entertainment, video games, music, baseball, and hockey. Currently on shorts. Covers Charlotte sports teams. Been featured on Sportskeeda, Yardbreaker, MSN, and on SI. That dude looks like he's drank way too many doggone energy drinks. And it's just like... I don't... Bruh. That dude straight up looks high. God, man. I had to, man. I had to. I'm sorry. If you're not going to give proper respect to Cam Newton, you're going to say we're going to cut Bryce Young. I got to see who was writing that junk. I got to clown you a little bit, man. Because that is the most stupid foolishness I've ever seen. Cater Kalu has a partial ACL tear for the Dolphins. Yikes. Season-ending knee surgery? Dang. Ooh. I feel bad for that dude. Alright. Let's see. Martin Emerson Jr. suffered an Achilles injury. He'll undergo imaging to determine the full extent of the injury, but expectations of a significant tear. Yikes. That's for the Browns, y'all. Let's see. Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely suffered a small foot fracture during today's practice. Oh, man. Won't return until week 1. Ouch, dude. I like this dude, too, man. That sucks. Man, he's one of my favorite tight ends in the league right now. That sucks, dude. Heal up well, Isaiah. He's a good dude, man. I've watched a few of his pressers, and I've learned a little bit about him, and I like him. Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Let's see. We are funding over 38,000 backpacks filled with school supplies for the kids. That's awesome. Happy to hear that. Grounds crew has a new painting robot. That's funny. I like that. That's funny. All right. But yeah, Zavala getting hurt. That's a major blow right there to our offensive line depth. Because we don't have much of it at the moment. Fantasy quarterbacks, okay. Jalen Daniels, Josh Allen, Lamar, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, J.J. McCarthy. I mean, are you really surprised at that list? Are you really that surprised to see this list right here? I'm not. And it's not necessarily that order because people are going to dispute that order. They're going to debate that one. Day 2 of pads officially. What's today? Daily weather report. Alright, let's... I don't have my inputs on. Hold on. It's always hot, bro. It's always hot. It's always hot, man. There's the Roaring Riot section if you are sitting in the Roaring Riot section for the Fan Fest. That's where you're going to be at. I've heard there's also going to be a Roaring Riot meetup before Fan Fest. So I'm going to try to attend that if I can. With a couple of members of my people. All right, so we got Bryce Young and quarterbacks warming up there. He looks good. Good footwork, good posture, good setup, good throw. Oh. Carolina Blitz got a chance to speak with Princely. Good for them. Back to it, man. Back to it. Mike Jackson not practicing for 2 days in a row. So what's going on with Mike Jack? So somebody want to let me know what's going on with Mike Jack? Do we have word on that? Is it like personal issues? What's going on? I don't think he's injured. I think it's just a vet day. Edge rusher Pat Jones, also among those not in uniform today. Okay, yep, vet day. That's exactly what it is. Alright, so here's the Jimmy Horn Jr. Pass. Let's look at this again. Good turn. He had to kind of slow down for that, which indicates maybe that might have been an underthrown pass. So we do kind of want to watch out for that because that could be broken up, that could be stolen. You know, if it's an underthrown pass and he has to stop on his route or slow down like that. So, just something I'm paying attention to there. Okay. Here's the Jimmy Horn versus Trayvon Moehrig. This is what a lot of people came here to see. You know, this is a different perspective of it. So, good release, good speed. He has to slow down right there. You know, alright, so Trayvon staying with him. You know, in an actual game situation, he would be able to get a hand in there and knock that down. So, why is the Panther turning away from contact? Moehrig versus Horn. You do realize that Moehrig's a defender, right? Joe Person? You do realize this, right? Here's Reed, the new wide receiver. Jack Henderson, excellent pass break up there. We're going to take a closer look at this. Jack keeping up with him. Good closing speed. Good pass breakup. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. But look at that closing speed by Jack, though. Yeah. That's what you want to see out of a corner trying to make the roster. You want to see that closing speed. You want to see that hand get in there and knock that down. So, very good. Very good. There's McMillan versus Shamar Bartholomew. Here we go. Here's another good one. That one, man. Okay, I like that turn right there. I like that turn. to adjust on the fly there. And it's just had to catch up a little bit. Adjust like that. Okay, yep, that's just like that. Okay, yep, that's just Chow. Very nice. Look at the closing speed of Chow. This is what I was speaking about last versus a veteran. You know, this is Adam Thielen that he just broke a pass on. This is Adam Thielen he just beat on a one-on-one. Perfectly thrown ball, too. Very impressive, Chow. I told you I had high hopes for this dude, man. Chow's the real deal. If y'all ain't believing in Chow right now, I don't know what to tell you. Because Chow's going to keep surprising you. Alright, who do we have? Who's defending you? Very nice. This ball loose. This is what everybody came to see right here with him. To put the double move on him wasn't good enough. Horn stayed disciplined. You see that? That's a lesson for all the corners right there. Look how disciplined this dude is. He does not move. There are so many corners that are trying to make this roster that don't have that kind of discipline, that will either get moved off by that double move right there, or they'll stay there. And that's a clear determination of, like, can you adjust on the fly to a short route, to a medium route. So look at with the footwork drills. It instills like a level of discipline, you know, in the corners to show that they cannot be moved off this ball. They cannot be moved off the wide receiver, no matter what kind of moves they put on them. Should have dropped it. Chops was Wade. Okay. I don't want that. Bryce Young with a dime over Corey Thornton to a leaping XL who made the catch between Thornton and Nick Scott. Someone from we got Horn, Blackshear, Etienne, and Moore fielding these punts. Hunter Renfrow isn't practicing today. Catch by Tet on a fade pass by Bryce Young. 11 on 11. Nice. Another catch by Tet. You know, it's becoming a daily thing apparently. Okay, cool. 5. But all 3 misses would have been good on regulation goalposts. Okay, are we concerned about this, or bad misses by Ryan Fitzgerald? Then we start to consider, okay, what's going on here with the kicking battle? You know, but do you still consider those misses, or do you still consider those like okay kicks, you know, in regulation? What do y'all think? Let me know. Throw by Bryce Young. Dude is bouncing back. Tet. He's following it up. He's building upon his prior success. And that's what you want to see. These guys build upon their prior success. It's going to create a healthy habit, and it's going to continue throughout training camp. And that's what's going to move you up the ladder. Back-to-back competitions to T-Mac from the right. The Jonathan Stewart highlighting Hunter Renfrow. Evero extremely vocal and fired up on the sideline. My first time hearing him like that. Ooh, that's headline worthy. That's something we need to pay attention to right there. This dude's been under a lot of scrutiny. You know, he's in hot water, man. Evero getting fired up. Is that going to lead to positive things, or is it just him getting pissed off because the secondary just keeps getting burnt? What do y'all think? What's your take on that? Because I don't know, man. I'm 50-50 on this. Like, I'm kind of in a wait and see mode here with Evero. You know, did he put these people in the proper place, you know, during the practice? To where these guys shouldn't be burnt down the field? Or is he pissed off because they were in the right spot and these wide receivers just burnt his guys? Like, what's the mentality here? What's the energy here? See, this is where being on the field and watching this stuff in person helps, because it gives you context. You know, so you understand, like, what followed this. You know, what happened prior to him getting animated on the field. You know, that's what I need to know, is like, what fired him up. You know, then I can kind of take a guess, an educated guess at why he's getting animated out there. Instead of just going, oh yeah, he's fired up, he's pissed off, that's a great thing, you know, just making assumptions. I'm not going to do that. You guys know I never do that. I work with context, and I work with actual information that I'm given and stuff that I see out there myself. But that's an interesting tweet by Sheena here, and that caught my attention. That definitely caught my attention right there. So I think that's something to keep an eye on. If Evero is going to keep getting frustrated on the field, you know, at the players, or, you know, at whatever it was, it's something to watch. Because I like a defense coordinator that's got some emotions. You know, I used to watch these DB coaches like all the time. You know, Steve Wilkes at one point was a DB coach. And ever since Steve Wilkes, I've been watching the defensive coordinators, the cornerback coaches, you know, and it forced me to watch these coaches that you normally wouldn't watch during training camp, because they were so animated. They were so into it, into what they were doing. So it's like, okay, that's part of the fun and the experience of training camp. It's just watching these guys get into their with them. You know, you feel like, yeah, I want to be in a uniform. I want to do whatever they're doing. You know. They get amped up. And it's like, man, yeah, let me get out there, man. And I mean, that could lead to either positive things or very negative things, depending on how your coaching style is. With Evero, we don't know what his coaching style is, because it's kind of all over the place. And that's kind of led to a lot of frustration and a lot of speculation about him. So, like I said, I need some context. What's going on? You know, that made him get vocal and fired up. But excellent tweet there. You know, an excellent observation by Sheena. You know, to point that out. But yeah, we'll cover that for sure. That's immediate attention right there. I'm watching that man like a hawk right now. JT Sanders with a contested catch for the TD with JC Horn in coverage. All right, so we now have Sanders getting a touch in camp. Interesting. All right. Smithway with another near pick, this time in the end zone while covering XL. Ooh. Boy, did I tell you, we just saw a video of Chow Smith-Wade knocking a pass down today. Now he gets... I think that's the one they're referring to, actually. I didn't know he did anything yesterday, though. Okay, Chow. Back-to-back good days from Chow Smith-Wade. That's what you want to see right there. Very cool, man. Very cool. All right. JC Sanders with a touchdown in the red zone. Fade pass by Bryce. Okay, so now we've learned that it's a fade pass to JC Horn in coverage. Sanders spun the ball in front of the defensive sideline after the score. Nah, come on, man. Come on. Hey. Man, I'm so excited to see what Chow Smith-Wade can do now. Like, he has been set free. He is off the chain, and he is set free. This is now, what, his third year in the system? Third or fourth? And now he's got, like, the freedom to move around and do what he needs to do as a nickel corner. You know? So let's see what he's capable of doing. You know? You're seeing pass deflections, and this is exactly what this man does. You know, you saw it during the regular season when he was given opportunities. And so, very excited to see things got a little chippy. Evero screamed, "Do your effing job." Oof. 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 So he was screaming that at JC Horn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, JC. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. So now we got a little more context. My take on that is I kind of have to agree with Evero on this one. I kind of have to agree with the gyro. If you're not covering a tight end and you get burnt by a tight end in the end zone, expect to get yelled at by your coach. I mean, that's fair. I can't argue with it. So, that's interesting that he was that animated about it. Because previously, like, he just seemed like he was just like, man, you know, I'm just going to get out here, do all this stuff, you know, just, you know. He just had that kind of meh attitude and vibe about him. Did y'all get that same feeling from him when you watched your press conferences and whatnot? That's how I felt. I mean, maybe I'm off here, but it's very rare when you see that kind of emotion come out of a gyro. So, Coach Ajaro. But that's just how I feel about it, man. Alright, so the Madden 26 top 10 rookies are Travis Hunter. All I've seen is just defensive plays. You hear nothing about him catching passes as a wide receiver. Nothing at all. I told you guys this was going to happen. He's going to get locked in the corner spot, and you're never going to hear from him again. if he tries for both spots. But he's getting locked in the corner spot, and if he, it depends on how he accepts this. You know, is he going to accept this as, okay, this is where you want me in the NFL? This is where you want me in this franchise? All right, cool. I'll play corner for you, mainly, and I'll refocus my efforts on corner. You know, and not so much on wide receiver. If you need me at wide receiver, I'm here as an emergency backup corner, wide receiver, right? You know, is he going to accept it in that way? Or is he going to accept it as, okay, well, I can't have both positions that I wanted. You know, that's what I wanted to be drafted as, you know, is both, you know, and try to do both positions. You're going to wear yourself out. You're burning the candle at both ends, buddy. And that's what I was worried about with Travis. Because I know he's talented. Nobody's ever disputing that. Nobody has ever argued that Travis Hunter doesn't have talent. The problem is he's going to get locked into one position. He's not going to be happy about that. And if he wants out of Jacksonville because they locked him in a corner, that's a very, very poor reason to leave a franchise. You know, considering his talents and stuff like that. Because the NFL is going to do that to you. It's a different animal. I've explained this several times to people. You know, this is what this is. That's what the NFL does to players. So, and I hate that it does, but you cannot play an offensive role like a wide receiver and a corner role at the same time. And on an NFL franchise, it does not work. With all due respect to Travis, it does not work. And everybody's arguing for him for that. And I'm sure he's had people tell him this too, you know? So it's not like he doesn't know that it's a possibility that could happen. So all I've been hearing in tweets is defensive plays, and that's exactly what I was concerned about. So now it's a question of how is he going to accept this or react to it. And that tells us the type of person he is and player that he is. Going forward. You got Ashton Gentry, you got Abdul Carter, you got Mason Graham, Will Campbell, Jelon Walker, Kenneth Maxwell Harrison. So we're going to see how that list shakes out as we go along. But as you can see, none of these guys are a Panthers player. Are you surprised at that? I'm not. It's Madden. When are we ever surprised by that? But yeah, let's see what else we got. Jamal Coker. Okay. Let's take a look at this one. Nice. Fought him off. Good hands. That's Coker versus I couldn't see the number. The number. Let me rewatch that, see if I can get a number. Can y'all get a number? Because I can't get a number out of this. I know that last number is a 9. So I want to say 80. Shout out to the DB that stayed with him. Okay, here we go. coverage sack. Fade ball, complete to T-Mac. Complete to Thielen on out route. Second drive, Chuba, run off the right tackle, swing pass, complete to Chuba for a big gain. Chuba run left. So this whole second drive was all Chuba, really. And then they wanted to throw a down back on JC on coverage. Okay. They're running team Trevor Etienne up the middle, drop by Coker. Okay, so we got a drop by Coker. Interesting. See, this is the stuff I need to see right here. This tells me, okay, yeah, there may be a couple of catching issues with Coker that we got to look at. All right, so how is he going to follow this up? How is he going to redeem himself? He redeemed himself. See, this is the stuff that I want to cover right there. Because this shows us these players have the ability to recover on the very next play and act like the last one didn't exist. It's a brand new play, starting from zero. You know, it's a couple. Ooh, Trevor Etienne run up the middle for a first down. Good. Complete to Coker for 8 yards. Good. Blackshear up the middle. Blackshear run, tackle for a loss by Nkum. Really? And see, this is demonstrating what I'm talking about with Blackshear, as a running back, is he can't hit those gaps hard enough, to make an impact. He has trouble getting those extra yards after the point of contact. After the point of contact from Blackshear. And he's not getting it done. He's getting met at the line of scrimmage, or he's getting 1 to 2 yards. This is what I was concerned with the last couple of training camps, with Blackshear. And this is why he was getting put in special teams. If he can improve upon that and build up, bulk up a little bit, push forward, work on his footwork, work on his technique, work on his balance, and just push a little further, I think that he can improve his point of contact, and he can get those extra couple of yards that may move him up in that depth chart. But as of now, he's going to be on the 53 as a return man. But the question is, can he become anything more than just a return man? You see my point? That's what I've been looking at with him. And it's been like that every training camp. So I need to see him push that envelope a little bit. Drop by David Moore. Near interception off the tip of Thornton. Okay. Who was the guy that almost got the pick? Would be Sack in the practice. Okay. So we ended the practice with a sack. That's not ideal with the offense, but it's good for the defense. Let's see. Xavier Worthy, who left yesterday's practice after banging his head, is the NFL's concussion protocol. Oh my God. Xavier Worthy's in concussion protocol? Yo. Did we just choose the right wide receiver in XL at the time that we did? Did we choose the right wide receiver, y'all? I feel like we did. Dang. Who could have predicted that Xavier Worthy would be in concussion protocol, though? That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, Hunter Renfrow has a slight hamstring issue. Mike Jackson has a sprained toe. Pat Jones has an upper respiratory illness. Okay, got you. Got you. Okay, so these were legitimate injuries. Word. All right. Corey Thornton is having a great camp. Talking about his physicality at corner versus McMillan. I said he earned a bunch of reps for how he performed in OTAs. Interesting. Huh. And Mike K, the reporter, agrees. Okay. That's posting this. All right. Then maybe the attention on Corey Thornton is warranted then. All right, let's keep an eye on him then. I think it's going to be a tight battle between him and Bartholomew back there at corner. What do y'all think? Based on what you've heard so far, what do you think? Drop some comments or drop some thoughts in chat if you're here live in chat. I know a lot of people like to watch the live streams after because of how much content it is and people are busy, they're at work or whatever, so I get it, drop some comments, I'll react to them. Let a dominant play be dominant. Canales. Guys on showboating on the point of drawing penalties. Then he jokingly says he loves the bravado. Okay. Canales isn't showing his hand when it comes to his plans for Rico. Just mentioned that he gives him the option to run a variety of plays. Yeah. He's not going to give you the store on this. So if you ask him about that, he's not going to give you anything. So I feel like that wasn't Sheena's question, though. Somehow I feel like it wasn't Sheena's question during the presser. And I'll bet you I'm proven right. Because it's always somebody else. Because Sheena knows what to report on and what questions to ask. But if it was her question, that's a little out of character for her. So, but a decent question nonetheless. Whoever asked it. Because, yeah, you do kind of want to know what Rico is going to be doing. But at the same time, you can't expect Dave to tell you that. Come on now. Ooh, Dave Canales says the Panthers will be in full pads at FanFest? Hold up now. This might not be a lighthearted training camp practice after all at FanFest. Can we be seeing a change this year? Interesting. Oh, I'm going to be there in person, so I'm going to be watching this. Ooh, I'm excited. Yeah, ooh. I'm going to get my wish after all, maybe. To see these guys in person and going hard. Okay. Canales said they run be in full pads Saturday night at FanFest, running what accounts to a scrimmage. Almost live football under the lights. Ooh. These are the types I like. Oh, yes. Oh, FanFest is going to be dope. I'm hyped now. Y'all got me hyped now. I'm ready now. Can it be Saturday yet? Sheesh. I've been seeing all these tweets and all these videos and stuff like that. Dude, I want to be in it on the action, man. I want to be on the inside so bad right now. And just watching this stuff. If that ain't the truth right there, I'm fighting for my effing life, man. Gyro. That's a great meme right there. I like that. Mm. Sheesh. Oh, okay. Elsewhere in Seattle, John Schreider gets an extension. Tobo says he has a year 9 mind, but he feels like a rookie physically. Okay. He has some years left. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Okay. It means a lot to him and his family. Got you. All right. He's talking about it could be the last year with the Panthers. The city team meant a lot to him as a draft pick. Mm, okay. Taylor, you got my attention, buddy. Horn been cooking at uh, Mo Rig all camp. That is true, though. That is very true. Brant Tillis. We got an interview with Brant Tillis? Okay, okay, okay. Let's do this. Yeah. All business the way it should be. Yep. Okay. No lingering contract issues. We want our players to be able to focus on football. Facts, man. Agreed on that. Tillis said the quality of the waiver wire has changed these days with the way trades are being negotiated. Yeah, that's true, though. That is true. And don't forget to sub to Blitzball Champ, my buddy Blitzball Champ, helping me out every once in a while. You know, we got a little crew going here, man. He's me and him are the head honchos, maybe, if you want to consider us that in the crew. But everybody's equal, you know, in the team chat. So, but I mean, we get a lot of stuff done, man. You know what I'm saying? Bryce Young. Quiet. Brant Tillis called Bryce Young and Akeem Ekwonu ascending players when asked about them getting new contracts. Now, Bryce Young, I agree with. Icky, not so much. Not so much. Icky still got a little bit to prove to me, man, before we try to give him an extension. And if he shows me a few more games like he showed me in the last 4 games of last year, then I would say, okay, let's do one more prove it year. Let's seal this up. Let's make sure that we're getting what we think we're getting out of Icky. You know? But if he gives us a full season, then those conversations turn into something more permanent. You know what I'm saying? Then the conversation goes, can we extend him 2 to 3 more years? You know what I'm saying? But I need to see something out of him this year that proves to me he is worthy of more than just a 1-year extension. If that at all. You see what I'm saying, guys? I need a little bit more before I'm willing to call him quote unquote ascending as a player. Let's see. Offense's biggest threat maybe Excel. I could see it. I could see it. Mm-hmm. It's realistic to keep both Moten and Icky 1 more year. We already have the most experienced offensive line in the league. Looks like we need to start looking at tackles in the draft. That's exactly what I said. Yeah. I was already ahead of the game when I was looking for left tackles in this one. So, I've every single draft process, you see me researching left tackles. Every single one. So, it's not like this is new, man. Did they send Nick on an S blitz? Was that downfield? Nick's got a little too physical with Bryce Young. Young doesn't like it. T Mac quickly intervenes for his quarterback. Mm, interesting. So we had a little bit of a beef there with Nick Scott and Bryce there, man. Okay. Okay. Tweak the hamstring, he'll be alright. You just tweak the hammy, he'll be alright. This gives interesting update. The progress of wide receiver Tat. I don't see that as a necessary thing that we need to focus on, though. Okay. Okay. Tet doesn't want to be called Tet. Okay. Got you. Tetarola. Alright, I'll start calling you Tetarola, my man. I sincerely apologize, Tetarola. I sincerely apologize. My humblest of apologies. I said that because that was the easiest way to remember your name. And, you know, if you don't want to be called T Mac either, that's fine too. You tell us what you want to be called. We'll call you that, alright? You let us know, alright? We got you, bro. I want to show respect to these players and these guys as people too, you know what I mean? So, if you don't like something, like some nickname that I'm calling you or how I'm saying your name, let me know. Reach out to me and let me know. Or have somebody that I know reach out to me and let me know. And I'll be happy to change that up for you. All right, to something more manageable for you. A lot of jawing stuff like that going on. I mean, it's normally there's a lot going on. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to mute my mic for a second, for just a minute, y'all. Sit tight. All right. So we are caught up on Twitter now. Let's do pressers. Hopefully my mic's not picking that up. My copyright issues at the wazoo. Okay. Panthers. Press conferences. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Alright. We already covered that. So 2 days ago, live press conference. Let's do that one. Let's go. Headphones on. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we have some run play action going on the 28th. Interesting. I'm getting caught up on the 28th press conference, by the way. I'm a little behind on that. Right. Right. Can we get back to the next play? After you get some type of fight in camp, let's get back to the next one. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Facts. Facts. You can't get lazy. You can't sit there and create bad habits. He's exactly right. Yes, yes. Having Dabo there, it soak it up, everybody. Soak it up like a sponge. This dude has won multiple trophies for a reason. He's produced multiple NFL prospects. You know, he's created a culture and an identity in Clemson. You know, take advantage of that knowledge. I beg you, Panthers players, take advantage because you won't get many chances like that to learn from a champion. And you're trying to become a champion in the making. And it's the perfect time for him to show up because we are right in that transitional area of we've just learned what our team is in the ins and outs of it, what we need to build upon, after we've built our foundation. So now how do you build a championship culture? So we want to bring in a guy like Dabo Swinney to talk to the guys and talk to Dave and talk to whoever, to learn about that. How do we create that culture in Charlotte? I love it. I absolutely love it. Because who better to talk to than a guy that's won 6 ACC championships in a row, won 3 national championships as a Clemson university, 2 of them behind Dabo's tenure, working on a third one soon, and multiple bowl game wins, with undefeated seasons, or near undefeated seasons. Who better to learn from than somebody that has built a culture and a winning culture at that can teach these guys, okay, how do you stay focused? How do you do the things that are necessary to get to that point in Charlotte? You know what I'm saying? Like, win the division multiple times. Be aggressive. Be who you want to be, at the end of that road. So, I'm super excited. It makes me happy to see Dabo in Charlotte and making those opportunities for the players in training camp. Especially those that are trying to make the roster, impart that wisdom, to where maybe if they don't make it here, they'll make it somewhere else, with that wisdom. So I'm so excited for that because that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. I got super hyped when I saw that. And I'm cool with y'all bringing in, Gamecocks people in here if you want to bring in Gamecocks people. Whatever motivates these people, man, to create a winning culture, I'm down for it. Even if it isn't Clemson people. So there you go. I turned my mic down because of extra noises in the background. Sorry about that. Sorry, but also I didn't see the chat here because it's not showing up on my phone for some reason. Shout out Marcos Cash. What's up, Corey? Dolphins cornerback room getting more depleted. Yeah, true. It is. And it's an opportunity for us with our wide receivers. Kicker's leg swing is similar to a golfer's swing. They can lose confidence in it and get in their own head. Yeah, true, man. Very true. That's an excellent point. Not many people focus that much on the kickers, and they don't think about stuff like that. So you're exactly right. Everett was pissed off. Yep, sure was. And I justifiably. T-Mac has a ranking of 77. Question mark. I'm with you on that one. 77? Are we sure? 77? Yeah, I don't agree with that one either. Should be higher. Shout out to Patriots 12. We're the greatest team ever, plus Steelers, then Cowboys. Debatably. There's a lot of conversation to be had there. Patriots 12, but debatably. There's also the cheating factor in there too. So, yeah, there's that. I don't know that you guys are the best ever, but it's debatable. And I promise you, I will get to that documentary of Superman. You know, when I get the chance to. I have been super busy, so I'm just now getting to these press conferences. So, mm, bro, he was advertised as a punt returner to begin with. Pay attention. Do you watch any of the prior press conferences or anything? Do you research anything? Because this has been talked about like 15,000 times by like 15,000 other people. Like you're just now asking about that? You're wasting Dave Canales' time to ask a question like that? Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, what? Why waste this man's time with that? How about rewording that question to from a coach's perspective? How do you think Hunter Renfro's return is going? From a coach's perspective, like, dude, that's how you turn that into a new question. That is unique and new, and that's something we all want an answer to. You know, how does Dave Canal see this process going? You know, if you're just generally asking how is the process going, look over social media. Look at it. It's trending everywhere. How do you miss that? How do you not study that? You have a Twitter account. You were a media person. Duh. Thank you. Finally, a unique and actually relevant question. Mm-hmm. Now that's a relevant question. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, so Bryce is actually throwing the ball accurately. All the Bryce haters. Ooh, Bryce can't throw an accurate ball. Bryce can't do this. Bryce can't do that. Yeah, he's been throwing accurate balls throughout camp. Pay attention. I mean, yeah, that's the matchups, Matt. Like, we're gonna put Tet on Mike Jack, and it's gonna happen. You know, sorry, T Mac, but it's not a very relevant question here because we know that good players are going to be playing against good players. It's just how it works. So, it's 1-on-1s, 7-on-7s, 11-on-11s. That's how it works. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. All right. So we got a Bryce press conference. Hunter Renfro. Ooh, let's cover Hunter Renfro. Let's do Hunter. Okay, so golf questions. Don't care. Moving on.
Ray
Oh
McCloud.
my God.
We had all these 5 stars.
I can't hear
If you didn't
nothing
show up
that was
every day,
going
you're
on.
going to get beat out, right? It could be one little thing, one little route you didn't run the right way. Next thing you know, they get the opportunity, they're going. So I think that's part of it. I think having an appreciation of being back out here, being able to feel like I can run again, feel like I can go out there and have fun with my teammates again, be a part of a team, be a part of pushing towards something special. And so I think it's all kind of a part of it, and so it's just been an appreciation for me.
I am so sorry, guys. I had no idea that the sound was muted the entire time, and you guys couldn't hear what was going on in the interviews. I am so sorry. This week's just been an off week for me. This has gotten crazy. Like, I'm just trying to survive at this point and just get through this week. But I would love for you guys to be able to participate in these pressers too. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna let you guys hear it. Even though you can't hear me technically right now, my mic is low for a reason. So I'm not gonna specify what that reason is, but yes, that is on purpose on my mic.
That's about what you went through. But I wonder if you can kind of go back through last year and how sick you were.
Yeah, I don't know if you want all the details, but it was this time really around April, March. So really 2021. I remember we made the playoffs that year, and I remember late in the season being like, I'm tired for some reason. Like, I'm really tired. Didn't think much of it because we made the playoffs. I remember taking like a month off and then going to the Pro Bowl and being like, I don't want to go run a route. I'm gassed. I'm tired. Why am I so tired? And I was like, maybe I just took a month off and I didn't do anything. And so then that went on, and then all summer, I was negotiating a contract, so I was trying to give my best and feel the best I could. But I just remember being really tired and really fatigued and really all the time, and then really just it lingered on. And I didn't find out till after 2022 really that I had something. I think the moment I figured something out was that next off season I was training to come back to football, and like one day I'd run 110s as our conditioning test, and I'd run 4 of them, and I'd be like on the ground, gassed, tired, couldn't run anymore. And the next day I'd run 10 of them and it'd be no problem. So I was like, something's going on here. So get some medical stuff done, got some screening done, figured out this is what I had. And then the last year of the Raiders, they just trying to piece it together to finish up the contract. And then after the season, I was like, I'm never playing football again. I do not want to play football, right? Like when you feel like that and you feel like you left your teammates down, you feel like you can't get up and get everything you have. And then you can give some days everything you have, they count on you, and then the next day you lay an egg. It's not fun, right? I don't think that's good in any profession. And so went through that, and I was like, I'm not playing, and came through Easter of 2024, so a year ago, and I remember just being about as sick as I could. There was a week I really like the Pelicans, or I think they're Pelicans down here, the snow cones. So me and my daughter were going like 3 times a week to get some Pelican snow cones, and the sugar was awful for me. So I didn't know that. And so I had to go to the ER because I had 101 degree fever for 7 days straight. Like break fever, shivers, get in the tub, break it, shivers, get in the tub. So felt terrible, ended up going to the hospital, getting some steroids, and I finally was like, I need to get this under control. So I actually was working with a guy from Atrium up here, Amit Aravapalli, Dr. Aravapalli, and he is a GI specialist, and he, my uncle referred me to him, or my cousin referred me to him, who's a pediatrician in the area, and he's done unbelievable for me and got me on the right infusion and kind of coached me through what I can eat, what portions I can eat, what to stay away from, and I felt a lot better. So I've been very appreciative.
Good.
To have Coach Sweeney out here just to watch firsthand pads.
Yeah. I was talking to Coach Canales. I mean, they're very similar, right? They're very optimistic. They believe in you before you believe in yourself. They try to speak life into people, speak good into people. Coach Sweeney will crawl you a little more than Coach Canales, I will say, at least so far. Hope I don't see that side of Coach Canales, but they're both awesome people, unbelievable human beings first, right? I think y'all know Coach Canales well enough, and being around Clemson as well. I think they both are the epitome of just good people, and they want the best for the people they do life with. They love people. They care about people first, and then football takes care of itself. And you want to do well for people like that. Whether y'all do what y'all do for y'all's bosses, whatever industry it is. I think you just want to see good people succeed, and so that gives you a little extra when you wake up in the morning.
Turning to the league.
Well said, Hunter. Well said. That's exactly it. And I think you represented Dabo and the university well in that question. Response. And, yeah, that's exactly what it is, They care about people first. And that's exactly it. You got to put in the work and the effort, with the football. But typically it takes care of itself. He's right.
League, kind of having this kind of local outlook and kind of being from somewhat around here, how important was that for landing like a comfort zone in coming back?
Yeah, I'm an hour and a half from my house. So, I told my agent, like, this is where if I was going to play somewhere, this was it. Like, I would take a visit to the Raiders, but this was where I was going. And it's kind of how I felt at Clemson. Like, if I had to walk on Clemson, that's because I love Carolina. I love the people. I love being close to family. This is where, God willing, I'm going to be, the rest of my life. And so I love this area, and I just want to see it succeed. And that's kind of my heart.
Hunter, that was saying in the last year.
It's hearts in the Carolinas, man.
Competing constantly with.
Gotta love that.
Yeah.
And he could see you getting stronger, even though you weren't doing football stuff. Could you, when you weren't doing football things, like have that measure to it? Could you feel yourself?
Yeah, I remember the first day, like I cut out sugar, or the first week kind of period. I got in the pickleball court and I was like, man, this is the best I've felt in a long time. And so, yeah.
Bro, somebody else has already asked that question. Like, what? Why do you need a follow-up for that?
I mean, I love playing sports. I love competing. So it doesn't matter if it's pickleball or basketball or, soccer or playing cornhole. I just like competing. And so when I felt healthy enough to do those things, and at the end of the game, I'm thinking, all right, how can I go, make the play instead of when can I be done? I think that was big for me and kind of the psychology of sports. So.
Kind of like in that.
How can I make the play instead of when can I be done? Interesting response right there. Some of y'all could learn something from that right there.
It's interesting. We have a bunch of different personalities, a bunch of different ages, but amazing. I think we have a really good group. I think we have a really talented group. It's the deepest I've ever been around. We have, 7 or 8 guys that comfortably can go out there and play, and then a lot of young guys that are proving they can. And so, like I was talking about Clemson, it just pushes you. It pushes you every day. I think, the Bible talks about iron sharpening iron, iron sharpen iron, and that's what it is. And hopefully we can.
Wow. Bible quote too. Iron sharpens iron. And he's exactly right. This is what I've been talking about, guys. Iron sharpens iron. That's exactly what we're doing with these competitions between these depth chart spots. Iron sharpens iron. So I like that.
Do that every day, and then the other people we have out there can see that and be inspired from that and go out there and make every day the best we can. So it's been fun.
What kind of coaching was he giving you after your one-on-ones?
Coach Sweeney? Coach Sweeney has all the answers, which is great. But no, he's awesome. I'll just leave it at that. He's awesome. I think the DBs see the same route since they were in middle school, right? They see if someone runs a basic route, an in cut, they see that big step, run in, big step, run in. So just trying to use that against them, right? Trying to show them something they've seen 1,000 times and give them a little change up, right? And really just think about what you do. Coach Sweeney's big thing is, all right, win every route vertical. If you can make them think you're running vertical, you can go whichever way you want. That's the biggest threat as a receiver, is the ability to run by them. And so trying to set that up and then throwing curveballs and change-ups in there, It's been good, and so I have a whole year of just kind of thinking things in my brain when I wasn't playing, that now I can actually go feel good enough to go do them. And so maybe I'll get a little too creative at times, but it's been fun to try things out.
John Cena.
That's cool, man. His name is John Cena. I'm just kidding. You know I had to get that in. All right. Let's see. Yesterday's presser. Let's go. I don't think Bryce has anything important that we need to cover.
Just wanted to mention that our prayers are with all the families that were affected by the shooting in New York. Just can't think of the devastation to everybody
Agreed.
who's involved there. You know, people are showing up to do their jobs, you know, and
You know what? Let's take a moment, man. Let's take a moment for the people in New York. Thank you.
have to fear for their lives and their safeties. And again, just you know, I know there was a police officer who was shot there, and so, you know, I just feel really, really thankful and really grateful for the people that we have here that are watching, that are protecting us, you know, to be able to come and do what we love. But we're praying for all those families that were affected there.
Yeah, continued prayers for those families and people affected. Much love to you. I hope you find comfort, peace, and endurance through this difficult time up in New York. It just sucks that we have so much of this in the world today. It sucks. Maybe one day we'll be better as humanity, but we'll see.
Commissioner sent out kind of a memo to the league. Are they keeping you guys informed as to what's going on, at least from a league office standpoint?
I haven't checked any of those emails this morning, but because the first thing I saw was just the headlines, you know, and so I just obviously just devastated by that, you know, just really want people to feel like they can go to work safely and do their job. But it does hit close to home, you know, and you know, it's just a reminder, you know, of just all the issues and things that people are thinking of ahead of us, you know, as we go from city to city and we take this show that we enjoy and we love, this game that we love. But there's a lot that goes into that. So.
Yeah. Life is short, man. Life is short. Enjoy it while you're still here, man. There's so many people that had second chances at life, you know. Big Cat's one of them. And you just got to take that moment and just appreciate what you're doing now, you know. Appreciate that second chance. You know, Carol is another one, you know, that co-founded our channel. She's got a second chance at life. She's got a home over her head, you know. She's got stuff she needs now, you know. And even though the family is a little bit rough right now, and it's rough times, you know, she's still pounding through it, you know. She's living that mantra of keep pounding, and you know, she's appreciating the second chance at life. So if you want an example to follow as inspiration, there you go.
We can see Chandler's ball out there.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give us an update on that?
Yeah, Chandler had a knee injury yesterday, and we're kind of taking it week by week right now. And you know, it has to do with his patellar tendon, and thank God it was not a full patellar tendon rupture, but there's an injury there, so it's something that we're going to have to rehab with him. But we're going to take it week to week and kind of see if we can get him back out there to work this camp.
Does that change anything on reps in the offensive line? Like how does his absence impact things?
Oh, certainly.
Excellent question.
I mean, you know, it's a lot of the guys that, were getting opportunities. I think of JT Carter. You know, he's been getting some guard reps in there. And, Brady can kind of work in and across the whole offensive line, but Jarrett Kingston's been working at guard there as well. So, it's opportunities for these guys to kind of step up and show us what they can do. Chandler was having such a great camp, in a couple of days, looking strong, looking flexible, really comfortable in our system too, so,
Really?
just thinking about him and want to get him back out there quickly.
Really? Was he? See, I would like to see some video footage of Chandler before he got injured. I want to see if he actually was making those strides. I want to watch his footwork. I want to watch his technique, And then I'll be able to tell you, do I agree with that or not, Yeah. I know the coach is saying this, but I have my own eyes, and I have my own perspective, and I like to post about my perspective too. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to just be the coach's perspective because, this is my channel and I would like to express my opinions too. So, using my own eyes and my own looks at these players. So, I would have liked to see a few videos to see if, maybe I agree with that or disagree. So, because I'm keeping a very close eye on these offensive alignments, so.
Did he recognize it in the moment, or did you discover?
Yeah, it was in one-on-one drills, and it was a one-on-one pass rush with Derek Brown, and it's two big, strong men against each other, and he was just kind of anchoring to get back into position and tweaked it in there.
You mentioned guys stepping up.
All right, so a lot of times these injuries like that can happen when you get these one-on-ones, and maybe it's a footwork issue, or maybe it's a technique issue, and sometimes that can cause an injury, if you're not doing things the correct way. So I wonder if it's just a random football injury or if it's that. It could be 50-50 either one. So you don't know. But the way he's describing it, honestly, it could be either one.
Saw that from Shamar today, taking advantage of his reps.
Yeah, what have you
just what have you seen from him? And also, you had a close eye on the safeties early in practice. What have you seen from that unit too?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with Shamar, just understanding the scheme, coming from the Jets, out of scheme, spent a year with us kind of learning, and showed up in the Falcons game at the end and made a couple of plays for us there. A couple of big battles with Drake London there in the end zone towards the end of the half. But Shamar's kind of taken this offseason. He had a really good spring. Came into camp and has been steady, but today I think was a big day for him. It was a big, just kind of what we've been challenging is to just make the play on the ball. You're in the right spot, have the confidence to go make the play. He did that today and came up with one.
Shamar's not the only cornerback.
And Shamar's had a really good camp so far. He's been making plays and he's been catching people's attention. So I believe he is a strong shoe-in to get that third corner spot. But we shall see.
Kind of shown out here. Shaw Smith-Wade had a really strong off-season program because it gets carried over.
Yeah.
What have you noticed about him, maybe vocally and at least like on the field so far this training camp?
Yeah, he's really kind of just bought into what we're doing. He is becoming a person we're counting on to communicate, particularly if you're playing the nickel spot. There's a lot that goes into your connection with the run fits, your connection with the safeties and coverage and leverage and those things. He's doing a great job, and he's even playing outside, some for us. So really fired up about Shaw. And I mean, he kind of came to us that way with that kind of pro mentality, the way he takes care of his body. I can't see right now over the fence, but I guarantee you he's out there working on something. It's a guy who's just really about the details of his work.
Derek working on the side today. What was the reason for that?
General soreness, trying to be smart with Derek, not in his knee feels great. I think it's just kind of, torquing his body in different ways, and he's got some oblique soreness right now. We want to be smart and get ahead of that. It's not something that we felt like we had to MRI or do anything like that right now. But as we're kind of working him back into his normal flow, we'll keep dosing him the right way so that we get him in shape for week 1.
Similar question, but with Thielen, he was
excellent. And we're finally focused on these players' health, and being cautionary. And this is what I was talking about. Prevent the preventable injuries. If you can prevent them, try to. And this is exactly what he's doing right now. He's being cautionary with these players and making sure that these don't turn into bigger problems health-wise in the future. So, excellent job, Dave Canales, by being cautionary.
He's out there, but not in, practice clothes. What was the mindset there?
Just a planned deal for Adam, just to make sure that we're, dosing him the right way, and making sure that when he's out there, he's running full speed. He's 100%. This is just kind of a planned rhythm that we have for him.
Dave, you're a former receiver and receivers coach. How nice is it for you to see the competition level grow with the additions of not only Renfro, but Horn and all the guys? It's certainly got to be something you look at from a different light.
Absolutely. It's great. And especially, I love having a basketball team out there. It's kind of like my receiver coaching background. I like having different body types. You got T-Mac, who's 6'4". You got Bryson Tremaine, who's 6'5". You got Jimmy Horn, who's your 5'9", speedster type of guy. You got a bunch of 6-footers who are just rocked up and ready to help in the run game and do whatever. And Xavier and David Moore and Jalen Coker and Hunter Renfro kind of fits that, that classic traditional slot mold. So there's just a lot of variety and guys who can help in multiple ways. So that's my hope. My high hope and dream is that in every position room that we can create that level of competition as we continue to build this team now and in the future. We love it when it's like you can envision, who's going to make this roster, and when there's more guys than you have spots for. That's really the type of competition that elevates the room. It elevates the performance on the field, the practices. It challenges the defense, and vice versa. When we have all these guys we brought in on the interior of our defensive line, you look at the competition there, and just how stout Bobby Brown out there for the first day today. He looked awesome.
Lost the signal for a second. There you go.
Tomorrow?
Yes, we will. We padded up. Tomorrow will be probably about 15 to 20 minutes longer than it was today, and really just trying to and leaving the groups out there for a longer duration, and just try to have an aiming point for how many plays that is, so they can start to get into playing 8, 10, 12 snaps in a row, which is what they're going to be expected to do.
How do you view the center position and competition there?
It's going great. Yeah. They're both getting opportunities every other day to work with Bryce in there. And, when I look at it, if the offense is running smoothly, we have a great starting point, so I think we have to just kind of take it day by day right now. And Cade and Austin, sorry. I'm excited about that competition.
You mentioned Jimmy a second ago. There was a sequence where he kind of gets popped and bounces right back up. What is it about him that kind of gives you the confidence to put him in those positions?
Yeah, just constant energy, courage. It's his play style. It showed up on film last year. He's a tough guy, and he's battling in the run game to block, to stay connected throughout the whole play, which was kind of a challenge for me to those guys. Is like, this matters. This is who we're going to be. We're a running team first and foremost, and so we need all of you to to be involved in that. That's your contribution to what we're doing. And he takes that seriously. He studies. He's here early. He's here late. He's working on stuff that he missed. He's asking questions. He's very curious by nature. So all of the things that to me point towards being a pro.
Excellent. You got Bobby Brown and some other guys that used to play for the Rams and know the experience under EJ. How is that helping in the rebuild, having those guys?
Yeah, it's communication. I think communication is the recipe for growth, for becoming something quickly. Is there are all these little issues within each call that guys have to be able to figure out on the fly. And I think when you have people who have been in system, Roseboom, Nick Scott, Ashawn, Bobby, it really helps. It really helps the whole group. They can learn and see from their reps. This is the adjustment you have to do quickly here versus this maybe unscouted look. We try to cover all the information as we can as coaches in the meeting rooms, but there are things that come up, in the day. There's things that come up in a game where it's those micro adjustments that really allow a group to play together. And so those are the things that we're relying on from them.
I was going to ask what happened with the shooting at NFL headquarters. Did you address that with the team? What's been your thoughts on that?
Just prayers for everybody involved.
Trevin probably took on a lot more than he expected to in his first season. How did that kind of expand what he can be responsible for and take on in his second season?
Yeah, those game reps are valuable. We're committed to playing our young guys, and we have the highest expectations for them, but we also expect for them to make mistakes. And we know that every mistake that a young player makes for us helps us in the future. It's just learning lessons, and there's nothing better than time on task, and Trevin got a lot of that last year. And then going into the spring, for him to be able to dive into the film, do a good self-scout of the previous season, apply those things to practice. And then what I'm seeing from Trevin is just a faster style of play. He's showing up in a real physical way. And something I love to say that I look for is I can remember what Trevin's tape looked like coming out of Kentucky. I remember what a fast, big, and physical player he's been. And when I don't see that, I know he's thinking. I know he's processing. And when I see that start to emerge and I see his personality start to show up in practice, I know he's got ownership of what we're doing. And so I'm really excited about where he's headed.
Dave, you guys brought back the whole offensive line.
Yeah.
Has there been anything for this first week or even the off season where that continuity and comfortability among those guys showed up?
Absolutely. I think just, as we're watching film and as we're grading it every day, just looking for the runs to be targeted properly, the protections to be targeted properly, where there's not a lot of free runners on the quarterback. Sometimes they have a blitz. They got one more than we have. The quarterback's got to make a decision. But I think it was from day one of this camp, targeting the runs properly, staying on the combos, the footwork that's in sync, getting those good double teams up front, handling different movement on the edges. A lot of those things take time. Those are things we were working through last camp and into the season. We come into this camp with a lot stronger, greater understanding of what's happening. I don't think I've ever been in 15 years. I don't think I've ever been involved where we brought every single person back from an offensive line. And we're talking about not just the starters, but the guys that are behind them and even the depth practice squad players. These are all guys that have physical attributes that we're excited about. And now they got more understanding of what we're doing. I'm really excited about, obviously the camp, but then getting into preseason games. As we start to get into our depth, we can start to evaluate guys more because they know what they're doing.
Tight end room so far. What's your evaluation been?
It's a strong room. Starting with JT, I think JT, he showed up in the spring. This year, he really took advantage of the time after the season until he reported in mid-April in terms of just training.
Okay.
It's so much different for rookies. They finish their season and they start training for, combine drills, pro day drills, and those types of things. But for JT to be able to just focus in on an offense and a skill level and his route running and all that, it's shown up great. Mitchell Evans looks like he's going to be a very versatile player for us. Big enough and strong enough to help us in the run game. Smooth in the pass game. He's been a pass threat, in his past. Excited about Tommy's progression there as well. But then, as I go down the line, looking at James Mitchell, he's doing a great job for us. Bryce, forget Bryce's last name. Bryce Pierre, another guy who took advantage of this summer to really train, to really look at what are the concepts he's being asked, and he's showing up. To have Dominic Daphne, who I've known for a while, it's a great carryover because I had him in Tampa and trained him before he got here, and then Tyler Mabry, who's been in our system. So from start to finish in that tight end room, we have a bunch of guys who understand what we're doing, who are committed to it, and Pat McPherson does a great job with those guys. So I'm excited about that whole room.
Yeah, that's excellent. Very excited about that tight end room. I still think we have a slight bit of work to do there with the depth, but I like what we're seeing.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, so that was the last question for him. All right, cool. Is there anybody
does
else
a great job with those.
that needs to be covered with this? Okay, we got Taylor Moton. Is that Trayvon? They get Trayvon back behind the podium again. Let's do Trayvon. I do want to cover Trayvon.
What's the last week been?
Or anybody like that.
Getting the news about Joe's going to really having to step up.
everything being good, you know. Like Josie's still out there, he still, you know, communicate with me, everything. Then obviously, even with Shaq, when Shaq heard the news, he texted me and just told me, like, hey, bro, like, we talked about this when I got here. Like, you up next. Now you really up next, though. So just go out there and be free.
Obviously, yesterday you guys got to put the pads on. There's a little bit of physicality. Was anything said between you guys afterwards? Did you guys like kind of come together afterwards? You're both obviously practicing today. Everybody was kind of unscathed. How do you handle a situation like that?
At the end of the day, like I said, it's football, so you know emotions gonna be held. We got pads on. It's a man's game. Everybody got pride of us, so stuff gonna happen. But at the end of the day, we came and shook it together. It was like it's all love, bro. Like it was between the lines. You know, people like if I got put on my behind, I'll be pissed off too. But you know, at the end of the day, it's football. Though we understood, came to a level ground and like shook it out, talked about it.
How much are you looking forward to the joint practices so that maybe a little bit less friendly fire?
I am. I'm not the type of guy like to fight. Like I don't. Like I'm the type of guy like to chill. But like if I get pushed like that, then it can happen. But you know, at the end of the day, whatever happens there, you want to keep it professional.
How's it been communicating with Christian, kind of in the middle there, and how has he done with kind of setting up and calling the keys and everything like that?
Real good. You know, Christian. You know, like I said, he already came in there knowing the defense and all that. You know, because it's a similar defense when he played that in LA. So good. It was no wasted steps with him, and I love that. Great communication with us. Even like when we were between plays, we always like keep each other, you know, on the high end. I'm like, hey, you got this, we got that. So you know, it's real good.
You guys are growing in your increased roles. You know, having guys in front of you like Bobby Brown, having Derrick Brown back. How beneficial has that been for you guys?
Real good, real good. You know, it's great to have a good D line in front of us. You know, so just watching them play and all that. Sometimes I'll be starstruck, like, golly, boy, them boys balling. But then I had to get to the play like, oh, Trevor, you playing ball. So you know, it's real good to have that.
What's the chemistry like with the linebacker room? You have, your vets, and you also have obviously Scorton, Princely, and then Bam Martin Scott. Having these younger guys and these older guys, what's the room like?
Oh, we got great chemistry.
Excellent question. I've been asking about that as well.
You know, they like to ask a lot of questions, like more than my kids. So I'm like, but it's real good to help them out, because I love seeing it. I love seeing young guys want to learn. Even though they're older than me, they still look up to me, ask me like questions about, football.
How is that? Like being younger but having older guys, does it feel weird?
It do sometimes because I be talking to Bam and I think Bam like 23 or 24 and he looking at me like, I'm older than you, right? I'm like, well, I get that, but I'm in this defense for my second year, so he still like respect that, but he's like making jokes. But it's kind of weird though, like really, having him look at me like I'm his big brother.
The shoulder injury you had to have a procedure on. How tough was that mentally, kind of coming back and being physical, but also like what was the process of rehabbing and coming back on time and everything like that?
I could say
that's a good question. That's a relevant one. For people that are more interested in that area, the medical area of recovery and stuff like that, you'll find that more interesting than everybody else.
The mental part, it wasn't all kind of hard, especially me growing up in the country. We always got hurt. We always told this Western Clay put it on anything. So I wasn't too worried about my shoulder coming in, just playing. It was just all about just being more confident, going there, being comfortable with the defense, and then the rehab process is real good. Just going through it. Having other linebackers like Luke Kuechly, we text, because he had the same shoulder injury. He told me like, hey, this is another stepping stone you can get over, and just talk to me through the whole process.
Wear the brace all season.
Yeah, yes, just to be safe.
Something you never had to wear it before, did you?
It took me a while to get used to it. Obviously, I wore it last year at the end of the season, but now I got used to it way more and more. Now I don't even feel it's there no more.
Did you know JJ was going to be coming, or did he call you as soon as he got the news?
When he got the news, he texted me and he said, "Yo," I'm like, "What's going on?" He was like, I'm gonna be in Charlotte. I was like, okay, bet. I'm thinking oh, he's gonna be in Charlotte. He coming to visit. I was like, okay, bet. What you wanna do? He said, nah, bro. Like, I'm coming to the team. I was like, oh shoot. And I tell everybody when he came in, I tell everybody, hey, y'all know he got 6 fingers, right? Everybody's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. He showed him. But now it's real smooth having that come in. He asked questions too a lot, and I'm like, I love seeing that.
Hey, can I ask, when you see some of these guys that came from winning programs like Bobby Brown in front of you and some others, how has that mentality helped some of you guys grow, mature, and maybe develop that chemistry that was somewhat missing last year?
A lot.
Excellent question. It brings a lot of experience leadership and discipline to a team that you're going into the pros with. So, and that discipline and leadership can translate to the field in a lot of cases.
You know, a lot because, you know, they bring in, you know, things from different cultures, you know, coming here, you know, setting standards, you know, because you always want to set a standard. You always want to be great. So, no, they come in setting a standard, and we know we just uphold to that standard.
And I missed the first part of the press conference. We asked, what happened with the Chuba thing yesterday?
It was just football, you know, football. I hit him. He got up mad, and things happened, but that's just football, though. At the end of the day, that's why I tell everybody, it's just football, and people have emotions.
Exactly. It's just football, man. It's part of training camp. If you got people, like, scruffing it up like that, it's healthy during training camp. Like, it motivates everybody. It energizes everybody. If you keep it under control, you know what I'm saying? And you don't let it become like negative habits and things of that nature, then you should be fine.
Hell, did he connect?
Connect what?
When he was swinging at you.
There wasn't no swinging involved, man.
They had the rookie show yet? Remember your performance from last year?
I tell the rookies this: they letting the rookies off kind of easy. When I came in, we had to stand up on the podium and sing or do something. They letting the rookies come together. So they ain't had their rookie show yet. But I told them as soon as they get out, I'm booing, because ain't no way y'all going up there as a group.
He said you might have been responsible for his goose egg eggnog on his forehead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to ask. Like, there wasn't no swinging involved? Want to try again?
Yeah, man.
I don't know.
You don't know. How do you not know? Man's got a goose egg on his forehead. How do you not know? Bruh. Come on, man. Don't lie.
Your own rookie show in the linebacker room?
Nah, man, I'm chill. Like, I'm not gonna do all that. I'm just chill. At the end of the day, they know that. Like, I'm real chill. Even with snacks, they kept saying, "What you want for snacks?" I said, "At the end of the day, bro." I said, "If it ain't real food, I don't want it."
Question. You said Luke.
Now, see, if you don't remember it, that's one thing. Just say you don't remember what went on. But how you gonna sit up there and lie when you know what's going on and you connected with him and you made a goose egg on his head, man? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I gotta call you out for that one. Come on, man.
Luke text you, and Shaq text you. What is your relationship like with those veteran linebackers? How often do y'all communicate? How has that been like for you, especially in your growth?
Oh, I feel like that question's already been asked in a different way, but go for it.
Real great, you know. Me and Shaq talk every single day. Like, sometimes he just call me, "What you doing?" Checking on me, checking on my family. Obviously, me and Luke talk almost every day too. We talk. He check up on me, ask me how I'm doing. You know, hey, sometimes you want to go grab lunch. Like, so, you know, just getting that good things, learning things from them.
Wow. Soak up as much info as you can from Luke Kuechly, man. That dude's not going to be around forever. And as much info as you can get from this dude, God, soak it up, man. You are so lucky. Some of these linebackers in the future are not going to have that opportunity. You know, because that concussion damage at some point is going to become a factor, and he's not going to be able to, you know, once he gets up into his 50s, 60s, you know, he's not going to remember most of the stuff that, you know, it could cause a problem, man. I'm just trying to tell you. You know, so enjoy it while you have that opportunity, and some of these linebackers, you know, in the next few generations are not going to have that opportunity to speak to him. But the ones right now do. So use that knowledge. I beg you. Take advantage of it. Use it. And apply it.
thing that you've been able to really implement?
Yeah, obviously being more vocal. You know, that's one thing they tell me, like, hey, just go out there. The man thing is you the quarterback of the defense, so you know you go out there, be vocal and be loud.
Right. Right. And that's one thing we asked Bryce Young to do, and he finally started being more vocal this year, which is exactly what I was looking for. You know, you can be a shy type and be loud at the same time. You know, on the football field. Luke Kuechly was like that. You know, he was a shy person, very shy person, very calm demeanor. You know, when you had him in the press room. But as soon as he got on that field, he started barking orders. You better listen to him. Because that man knows what he's doing. He's getting into his groove. And people heard what he had to say. And they used that knowledge. And they succeeded with it. But I mean, yeah, you could be a shy type and be loud on the field. It is possible.
Derek Brown back.
A lot of difference, you know. That's a big dude, and he can clobber a hole and do things that a lot like that's just crazy and it's real good having that in front of you.
All right, cool. So we got one more presser to go through. Jeez. Y'all literally had the press waiting for 30 minutes before you got on the podium and spoke. Come on, man. 30 minutes. Y'all wasted everybody's time waiting on a live stream for 30 minutes. God dang. I'm going to take a restroom break. I'll be right back, y'all. Hit that like button, please. Alright, let's do this. Dave Canales from today press conference. This should be the last one. If you want me to live react to Superman today, I could do it. But honestly, I'd like to spend like an entire stream just on that. Separate stream on that. And I'll do that on a Panthers day off when we're not doing training camp, so. And just catch up on any news and info that we haven't covered yet. Oh, by the way, breaking news. Shannon Sharp has been fired from ESPN. Ouch. I don't know what went on there, but yeah, Shannon Sharp got fired from ESPN. I just got word from my team on that. That's wild, man. Let me see what he said. Hold on. I'm about to read what he said to you. ESPN has cut ties with the NFL Hall of Famer and media analyst Shannon Sharp less than 2 weeks after he settled a lawsuit in which his ex-girlfriend accused him of a word that we can't say on stream. Sources briefed on the decision held on The Athletic on Wednesday. Shannon Sharp has not been on ESPN since late April when the suit was filed. He said at the time he would return to ESPN at the beginning of the NFL training camp. ESPN declined to comment. Oof. And today, we just got word that he has been fired officially. So, that's wild, man. Kind of crazy, man. Kind of crazy. Yeah. I actually got video of the Shamar interception today. So we'll watch that. And there's also a 75-yard touchdown pass by Shador Sanders that we can look at too. So we'll get that in just a minute. That's kind of wild though, man. You know, let's get those right now. Hold up. Let's get those right now. Alright, so here's the Shamar interception. Ooh. You love to see that, man. Who was that off of? I'm telling you, man. I kept seeing big things out of Shamar. I've been saying it the entire training camp. And now this dude's got a pick. There you go. So any of these people, having doubts about Shamar, put him aside, man. Put him aside. This dude's a baller. Alright, so let's see that Shador Sanders throw. Beautiful 75-yard pass, man. Beautiful. Hey, nobody said that Shador didn't have talent, man. Nobody said this dude didn't have the talent. He's definitely got the talent. The problem was his dad was interfering with the draft process. And several teams got scared away, because of that. It wasn't because of his talent level. They didn't get drafted until late. So anybody still touting that narrative, that doesn't hold water anymore. It did on draft day because we didn't know all the details, until a couple days after. But, yeah, dude's got talent. But he's just got to have his daddy out of his hair so he can do what he can do, Do what he needs to do. And I just had that gut feeling the Browns were going to draft him at some point, you know, whether it be earlier or later. You know, you could kind of feel it, couldn't you, when you were watching that draft? Like, nobody else wanted this dude. And you could just feel the energy that he was just drifting towards Cleveland the entire time. Like, he's been on mock drafts galore going to Cleveland. And it did not surprise me when he finally got drafted by Cleveland. But a lot of us were just like, is this dude going to get drafted, like, at all? You know, once he got down to the 4th round, it's like, it became a major point of discussion, to the point where everybody was so tunnel vision on that. You know, it took away from a lot of the other talent that got drafted, conversation-wise. And once you see that talent that got drafted by other teams start to sparkle and do what they do, you know, then it becomes more about them than it ever will about Shedeur, and Shedor's going to probably drop off the media map. But Shedor's still going to be throwing passes like this, you know, and still making headlines in Cleveland. So it's not like he's completely clear off the map. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I feel like is going to happen with the media, because I know how the media is. Once they've chosen their person or their few people of interest, they tunnel vision it into the moon, you know, and all the other talent is just like, where's my 30-second praise? You know? I've worked my butt off my entire college career, and I don't even get a 5-second clip. You know, it's like, what? You know? The only people that give them that attention are the media analysts at the actual draft process. So they were so distracted by Shedeur not getting drafted that some of these guys are going to get overlooked. And that's my concern. You know, it's going to hurt them career-wise while trying to get contracts. So that's something I'm looking at. You know what I mean? But, yeah, let's do this final presser and let's get this out of the way. Let's get caught up.
But it is a lot just strain, you know. So it was good to see that. Can't wait to watch the film to kind of see who popped, who showed up on that. So, and then just a great move the ball session at the end, challenging with the 3rd and long, try to get into a 4-down situation, and then we just kind of had a normal drive to see if we can move it and see if the defense can get off the field. So I thought it was just a really good day. The guys responded to the work, came out full speed, great effort the whole way through, which is what we're looking for.
Dave, Hunter Renfrow is not participating.
Yeah.
Looked like he was kind of walking a little gingerly.
Yeah.
What's the latest on him, Patrick Jones, and Mike Jackson?
Yeah, Hunter tweaked his hamstring. I asked him, I said, shoot, if we had to play Sunday, you think you're playing? He's like, oh, I'm playing. So just something that we, you know, caught early, wanted to take care of him right here. I knew this was going to be a high day. We'll have a couple of days to get him recovered, and then we'll check in back when we, in a couple of days and see where we're at. And then who else?
Mike Jack and Pat Jones.
Yeah, Mike Jack's got a sore toe. You know, we gotta just have to manage that and treat it right now. You know, all the imaging and everything looks like everything's good, everything's intact. Just kind of a, you know, stepped on it weird, so call it a toe sprain. But I think we're just being smart with that one, and we'll get Mike back pretty quickly. And who else did you have?
Pat Jones.
Pat Jones, upper respiratory, just couldn't sleep last night. And he was out here watching practice today, but we just didn't feel comfortable putting him back out at practice. Just, you know, had a lot of tightness in his chest. So, you know, they're you know, treating him well in there, and we'll hopefully turn him around and get him back out to practice.
First illness
Yeah.
versus not like a oblique or anything?
No, just illness, yeah.
Dave, this seemed like the most competitive practice camp so far.
Yeah.
Bryce Young was in the middle of it. What made him so effective today, do you think?
I mean, just guys being where they're supposed to be, you know, and we're still working through some timing things, some void throws, some different, you know, little tweaks to routes, but the guys are being where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. I mean, that's first and foremost. You know, if you're going to be a skill player in the pass game, be where you're supposed to be. So Bryce can count on that. You know, and I just love the way that it goes back and forth, offense, defense, and the guys each making plays and battling and competing every down. So it was the competitive environment that's happening out here is great. It's special.
And it's healthy, too. You got back and forth offense and defense. That's a great sign. I was concerned that this was going to become an offense-heavy, training camp because of the talent we have versus what we're still trying to figure out with Evero with that defense. I figured it would be more 60-40, balance of the offense winning those battles for the majority of it. So I'm kind of excited to see kind of a 50-50 battle. That's a really good sign that maybe Evero does know what he's doing. We'll see. We'll see once we get to that preseason game, right? I want to see a little bit of that during the fan day, with pads on, scrimmage-wise. And let's just see, what's going on there. And I'm going to see that up and close in person. Anybody that's going to fan day will see that as well. So, again, like I've shown you guys what I'm looking at and what I'm mainly watching for. So we'll see.
I love where we're headed.
We saw T-Mac drop a pass and then come back and catch like 4 or 5 straight balls.
Yeah.
For a rookie to be able to kind of wipe his memory of maybe a misplay or whatever and attack the ball the way he has.
Yeah.
What are you seeing from him mentally in practice?
Just shows a lot of
excellent question. And this highlights the recovery process. If you make a bad play, you reset to 0. You make a good play, you reset to 0. And you come back, you play the next play. You got to have a short memory, and that's sports in general. If you're dealing with like baseball, hockey, basketball, sports in general, you got to have a short memory of the bad play before, and you got to come back out there and just reset. Act like nothing ever happened. You're starting from 0 each and every play. So, or each and every drill. So, and I'll even push it as far as like each and every rep. If you're doing like bench press, OTAs, stuff like that. But once you're done with that set, go back. 0. Go back and do another one. If you're feeling it, it's recovery. So, excellent question.
Confidence and belief. He's had some pretty bad plays, throughout camp, and he's had some excellent plays, and I think when you have a guy, he's teaching me stuff about him that I don't know, just looking at his character for him to, when guys bounce back quickly, it speaks to their confidence. They know they're good. Yes. I'll do it again. I'll be good again.
Yes.
And that's really powerful self-talk, and something that we try to remind all of our guys is to remember, good or bad play, I've done it before, I'll do it again, and have that kind of thought process, and he's showing that.
Has there been a common denominator in some of the struggles?
Not really. Yeah, I think honestly it's been just physical play. Whether it's JC or whether it's Mike Jack or Corey Thornton is having a great camp. Shamar's been making plays. Caleb Evans, there's a really good competition, in the corner room. And these guys are all big. They're all over 6 feet. They're all over 200 pounds. And so that's a good recipe for against big receivers, and so he's got his hands full every day, and it's bringing out the best in him, and he improves. Today I thought was his best day of camp, so he's learning how to play that game, and just continue to use his body.
You mentioned Corey Thornton there.
I think Shamar is going to fill that number 3 corner spot. I just have that feeling, and Corey Thornton is going to get that 4th spot. We'll see, though. We'll see. So far, that's what it's looking like. But he just said there's a healthy competition between the corners. I mean, this is what I've been waiting to see. Do we have the depth to make it a healthy competition or not? And I had my concerns when we were trying to fill out the roster and signing people. But based on that response right there, I kind of like what I'm hearing. And I trust Dave Canales. I trust what he says. And I believe that he has the best of intentions for this team. And he's very intelligent in his roster building process. So is Dan Morgan. So am I more inclined to trust him and Dan than I am prior coaches? Absolutely. So I will take your word for it, Dave Canales, and I will trust you. I want to see this for myself as well, just to double down and double check this, and I'll see that on Saturday. But I'm excited. I want to see what's going on with that. That's a humongous point of emphasis for me. It's I'm going to be watching that very closely.
He's having a great camp. It seems since even day one, he's been given the opportunity to rotate in with the ones. He's been in there the last couple of days at Mike out. What have you seen from him from the spring to now that's gotten him in this position?
Yeah, he earned those reps in the spring by being where he's supposed to be, by being clued into our calls, and then making plays on the ball. Bottom line is when the ball goes up, somebody's got to make a play. It's either the receiver or the DB, and he keeps showing up long and heavy at the ball, and so he's doing a great job.
Dave, Shaw seems to have gotten pretty vocal. Just in addition to his play, how have you seen that evolve as he's gotten more comfortable?
Another really confident kid, and I think Shaw's like his understanding of the schemes, his communication, all those things. Now we're seeing the personality, and I love this. Again, something that I keep coming back to. When I start seeing personality, I know they're comfortable with what we're doing, and that's a I got to give a lot of credit to the coaches working with these guys, but these guys putting in the work, and being able to continue to grow in their roles.
And allowing these guys to be who they are, too. Because that was a major point of emphasis of Ron Rivera. And that's what worked for him. It could work again with this team, and, I feel like that's part of the formula for winning.
Backing off of Cassidy, it seems like the whole team is more vocal.
Yeah.
Does that bring a certain edge to the group? Does that fire you up as well?
Absolutely. I love it.
Yeah.
And because, my thing to them is, guys, you got the green light to show us who you are. I'm giving you permission to make this team be what it's going to be, and particularly for each individual, show us who you are. Bring all of you, and if something's a little bit out of sorts, I'll approach it. I'll talk to guys about it. I thought there's 2 plays. JC made a beautiful interception today. Then he punted the ball. Okay, we can't do that. So then what happens? JT catches a great pass and spins it in front of the defense. These are penalties. We want to be a smart football team. We can't have those things, guys.
Correct.
Let a dominant play be dominant. Let it speak for itself. It does. And so I address those things, but I also kind of like it. I like the edge. I like the back and forth, but we got to be smart.
Excellent answer to that question. And yes, he's exactly right. We've got to be smarter. We got to, understand that you can't be doing certain things. But I like the fact that we are focused on just letting these guys be who they are. Let their personality shine. That's one of the things Ron did right. And I love that. I feel like this is going to become part of the chemistry going forward, and part of the recipe for success. When these guys show their true personalities and what they can do, people will start to take notice in a very positive way. And we're doing things the right way. And it makes me happy.
Dave, how's Rico looked, and what are your kind of plans for him at running back? You seen him as more of a third down guy, or?
I don't want to.
There's the person that was asking about Rico. Okay. Good question. Good relevant question. But he's not going to give you an answer to that.
Get into the specifics of it. I think Rico has a lot of things he can do really well. He gives us, some variety of play types that we can do. But I think just in general, as a starting point, he's exactly what we're looking for out of running backs. They run the runs the way they're supposed to be run, with discipline. They press the feet of the linemen, and then once they get past that first level, they run with violence. He does those things. He's exactly what we love about Chuba. He's exactly what we loved about Jonathan Brooks, bringing him in here. That's why Trevor Etienne is here. You know, even Raheem, just, you know, the style that Raheem just runs 100 miles an hour. I'm going to go down the list now because Amani Bailey, same thing. He's all gas. And then Kayron Adams, he's another guy who just tough style of runner. These are the types of guys we want to have here. And I think Bernie does a good job of just kind of stoking the fire in the room. And those guys really set the tone of our practices. It starts in that running back room. Mm-hmm. Yes, we got to depend on the front players, the offensive line, but it's the finish of the running backs that makes the defense chase, work on angles. It makes them have to get behind their pads because our guys are running hard, and it makes us all, it's like this run game just kind of brings the whole unit together.
And I'll add to that, it forces the run defensive line too to get more aggressive and try to stop these runs, which is what we need as well, since we were last in the league at run stopping last year. So it kind of forces these guys to, and challenges these guys to stop the run and plug up the gaps with just as much physicality and just as much 100 miles per hour. You know what I'm saying? And that's the type of energy we need out of both sides of the ball. For every one side, there is a counterbalance side. You know, and you want those both to hit with just as much ferocity as the other side. So that's how you know you're going to get the best out of these players and get the most out of your coaching staff too, because the coaching staff can sit there and watch it and be like, okay, now we're seeing this, but we're not seeing this. You know, it gives you the opportunity to really go back in the tapes and say, now, these are the weaknesses that we're not seeing, that we are seeing out of this player. So can you push yourself a little harder and get yourself into a position where you could do that? You know, it's nitpicking. So it allows you to nitpick a little bit as coachers. So I'm excited for that. You know, it helps them do their job better. Everybody gets to do their job better when you're doing your job better as a player.
We were able to get him here. I mean, he had a starting role there last year.
I was super excited. I was really grateful to have 2,000-yard backs in the same room, you know, and guys with experience, guys who can really do it all, who can pass protect really well as well, catch the ball in the backfield. He does that, you know. So I was ecstatic. You know, Dan Brandt and I were kind of working through the thing, and like, it looks like we're going to have a chance to get this guy, and I couldn't have been more excited.
We were talking about long corners earlier. It's kind of the Seattle blueprint. Like, what was it out there that kind of locked you guys on that pro?
Yeah, I just...
Good question. Finally, a good question from him. Finally. Let's see what he says about this.
I think that length is forgiving. You love to have them all be like JC. He runs 4.3, and he's tall and he's long and all the things. But when you're a 4.5 guy, length is forgiving, you know, and the guy may have a step on you, but if you can go to that late win and get the hand in between his hands, you can make those plays. And then on top of that, it's just like their involvement in the run game. Coach E is like so crazy and adamant about the corner showing up in the run game. And those big physical guys, whether teams are running a duo or a stretch play at them, you know, when we got a call on them to be in their fit, you know, they show up with physicality, and that really fires the whole group up when the corners get involved in the run game.
There was kind of a play that illustrated that in individuals where Jack Henderson kind of was able to kind of stretch out and break up a pass. When length at safety too is seemingly there. Do you like having interchangeable players based on body type like that?
Absolutely. If a guy can give himself a chance to have multiple roles, he increases his chance of making the team. And then the special teams, of course, like we talked about, is huge. But yeah, length up front. You know, if you're an offensive lineman, sometimes you get out of position. Having good length allows you to let your feet catch up. You know, if you're a defensive lineman, you keep guys away from your body, and then you can work edges. You know, it works all across the field. You know, that's something that that is an advantage to a lot of players.
All right, thank you very much.
In a word, versatility and stuff like that. Who we got here? You know, it would be really helpful, Panthers management, if you would put like in the or whoever is doing these press conferences, who actually was doing the press conferences. You know, who was featured in it. You know, and at what starting point. That way, like, for people that are only interested in certain ones, you know, you can go straight to that spot in the press conference and go and listen to them. That would be helpful. Yeah. Just a suggestion. You don't have to do it, but just a suggestion.
Jamani, today felt like the most competitive practice in training camp. What in your eyes, what made it so competitive?
I just feel like we're getting like the hang of it more. The guys like are flying around. They know the defense. They're not thinking about certain things like they were the first day. Guys are getting more in shape. So like as we're like getting back in shape, we're learning the playbook more. I feel like guys are just going to keep going harder, and we're just going to keep compete more harder and harder each and every day.
Devontae, there was a moment in one of the earlier drills where I guess Shaw was not happy with y'all's energy level, kind of pulled you together and demanded it go up. Has he been doing that more and more often, and what do y'all see from him there?
Yes, like Shaw's stepping up big time on the field and off the field, just trying to pull guys together. That's the thing I like about him. He's always going to like doing the right thing. He's going to always handle himself first, and then like try to get guys on board to be on the same page.
When Dave was up here 2 days ago, he mentioned one of the bigger growth points he's observed with you is the way you communicate. How do you believe that's different than last season?
Just like you, like the more you're in the defense or in the defense, you know the playbook more. You get comfortable with it. So, like I'm more comfortable. I know other guys' job. I know my job, and so just like knowing that, I can like communicate better. I can communicate faster, and get everybody on the same page.
Felt that difference?
Just like going into this season, like I knew the playbook pretty well last year, so I did a little bit of that last year. But just like knowing it, like I know a little bit more, so I can like communicate a little bit faster this year.
When you have a guy coaching like Ronaldo Hill, who played in the league as long as he did, how beneficial has he been to your growth heading into year two?
Good. He's a smart guy. So just always like when I'm in a meeting room, just trying to pick his brain, seeing what he thinks about what I'm gonna do on this play or another play. Just always trying to pick his brain, like different situations, and seeing what he's like. If he was out there, trying to see what he would see if he was out there in my shoes.
Do you wear the watch during practice?
Yeah, it's an Apple Watch. Yeah.
Do you like track?
Sometimes I check my calories. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Huh? It's not on here right now. Let me see. So right now I burnt 740. Yeah, but it's Nah, it's not. Yeah. I don't got myself on here. I don't think it's on here right now.
Have you been sleeping well, according to the Apple Watch?
I don't really know. I sleep all right. Yeah.
During practice?
Yeah, I'll be wearing it. I haven't. I bought it this year, so I haven't got a chance. I might.
Your rookie show was pretty well known last year. Have you given any advice to guys with that?
Yeah, I was telling them about my story last year. I was just telling them like how I got up there. My first time I didn't have energy, and they booed me off the stage. Second time I got up there, I tried to have energy. I forgot the lyrics. And then third time I got up there, I just they told me to sing a different song, so I just changed my song. And I finally got it right.
Trevin said that y'all are letting the guys off easy this year because they get to perform as a group. How do you feel about that?
I don't like that because I was in a hotel practicing like on the second day in my shower singing, reading the lyrics and all that. So I don't like that. That's what I said. You said
behind the choice? I was just trying to remember.
it was like, I don't know, like a lot of R&B songs, like word for word. So I kind of knew that one. So I picked that one and I tried to learn it. And like I feel like it's like a good, like, got a good chorus and like it's not that long. So I picked that one.
Candy Rain, that's an old.
Nah, yeah, a little bit. Not, yeah, old time. Huh?
A little bit before your time.
Yeah.
After a couple plays today and maybe all of camp, that you and Chuba end up kind of lowering your shoulders into each other, like with a little pop.
Yeah.
We just trying to like make each other better, being more physical on both sides. So it's nothing like nothing personal, just making each other better. It goes on with everybody.
Okay.
No, I wasn't suggesting it was personal, but it seemed like he's trying to finish a run and you're trying to finish your play.
Yeah, we're always trying to finish each other's plays. Like Coach Canal just making an emphasis on finishing the play, making sure like on defense, tackle and wrap up or thud up on make sure we get the running back down.
Evero got a little heated with y'all during a portion of practice. What have you seen from him, Evero?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
At one point, what have you seen from him this season? Does he have a bit more edge to him?
Yeah, I feel like Coach E always got a good edge to him, but he just trying to make sure that we stay on our physicality and make sure like we don't like not talk about last year, but just not make sure like it's a better season this year and make sure like we're physical and we're a better defense this year.
Okay.
We're in last year. What have you noticed about him, and what does he do well?
Jack, he's a great guy. He comes in early, leaves late. So Jack's been doing a good job. He plays in the slot. He plays in the back end. He can cut. He can communicate well. So he's a guy that does it all. He's been doing a really good job.
Have you given any of the undrafted guys kind of advice?
Yeah, I was just telling him about. I told him about my
Good question.
story and how like what it took to help me make the team and like what helped me succeed in the league and try to stay.
What's the most calories you burn?
I don't know if it's accurate, but my watch said like 1,600. Yeah. Yeah.
Not bad.
Well, it's probably wrong. I ain't. Yeah. Yeah, because when you pass on, it get different. Yeah. Thank y'all.
All right. Good questions. We've got Brent Tillis.
Hey everyone.
Let's do Brent Tillis.
Just want to start off by extending my wishes to the people in New York. I worked at the league office for 3 years, so that incident did hit pretty close to home for me. Just I feel for all the victims. Just leave it there with that. As far as what's going on out here in Carolina, really excited about training camp. A lot of positive energy. I think you're really seeing the team being molded into the vision that Dave and Dan have, and we're really excited about 2025. So with that, just take your questions.
Brent, you guys who came into camp, no contract issues or anything of that nature. Everyone gives you so much credit and so much respect for making sure that the money side of things are taken care of so they can focus on football. Just talk about the prioritization you guys have put on having all of those things done in time for camp.
Yeah, we want our players focused on football. And so the more we can knock out the contract side before camp starts, the better off we're going to be. That doesn't mean that we're going to just shut things down at camp or when the season starts. Like I think you guys saw last year with Chuba, we did a deal in the middle of the season. So we'll always look for good business opportunities and good opportunities to improve and to have continuity on our roster. But for the most part, we want to knock all that stuff out early and have our players just focus on being the best versions of themselves.
Is there anything you want to get done before the start of the season?
Nothing that jumps off the top of my head. I mean, whatever opportunities come our way, we will listen to and we'll take in, but nothing that I'm going to sit here and tell you like this is an absolute priority.
Brad, it seems like Taylor Moton, we just talked to him, is taking kind of like a control sort of outlook to camp. But obviously, we've talked before about the cap hit. We've talked about this is his last year of his contract. Where are you guys at from a communication standpoint, and are you open, like you said, with Chuba, to kind of address this once the season begins?
So any conversations that we have with Taylor and his agents, or any player and their agents, will just keep between us. As far as Taylor himself goes, like I did see him get a little emotional up here. That's hard. That's a hard part of our business. That somebody pours their whole life into this, like Taylor has, and he's faced with potentially going to a new place next year. But at the same time, like, we are going to make the best decision for the organization, and if that means keeping Taylor here, then that's great. Like, if those two things align, we are open to it. I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh, we're definitely not going to do it, or we definitely are. Like, whatever makes the best sense for the Panthers, we'll do.
The second round pick negotiation.
Exactly. It's what's best for the franchise as a whole. Whatever decision that is, he's exactly right. He's putting the franchise first, and that's exactly what he should be doing. Yes, Carolina is a family oriented franchise. But the focus is on the franchise first, because players come and go. Coaches come and go. GMs come and go. But the franchise still endures through all of that. So the franchise has to be first. It's winning that has to come first. And you want to put together the best 53-man roster you could put together. If that means keeping these guys, then that means keeping these guys. If it means upgrading, then it means upgrading. Whatever that looks like, then yes. That's what you have to do. And yeah, it sucks to cut ties sometimes with players. That have emotional ties to the city or the Carolinas, in our case. But it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do, to keep the franchise going.
This year were a little, unusual, I guess. There was changes in guarantees. You obviously got something done with Nick before you got here. What was that process like for you guys?
It's with these rookie deals, it gets weird because there's always a fight over something. Sometimes it's dollars over minimum. Sometimes it's signing bonus deferral, roster bonuses. It could be all kinds of different things. This year it happened to be in the second round. It happened to be with guaranteed money. We just said, look, we can wait. We can wait this out. We can just see how the market settles. We didn't have an opportunity to do a deal that made sense for either side. So we just waited for things to happen around us, and we did it. Like, is that the way that we always want to do things? No, I think we would prefer to set our own markets. But with the rookie deals, it becomes pretty tricky.
I talked to Icky last week, and he had talked about how, obviously the city means to him being from here, and that he's going to let his agent handle things. Looking at the last couple of days, we've seen Rashawn Slater get paid out in LA, and we saw Raymond up there in Indianapolis. Has that sparked any sort of conversation between you guys and Icky and his agent?
Excellent question. These are all very relevant questions for him. And it stays on topic. I like that.
The deals that have been done,
Or as far as maybe getting an extension there for him?
Yeah. So the deals that have gotten done have not really changed much for us. They came in where we thought they would. With Icky in particular, in his situation, it's really hard and tricky to get deals done for players after their third year who are first-round picks and they're still ascending. So, like, we're just keep on managing that. As far as the conversations go with his agent, again, just keep that between us. But Icky's an ascending player, and I think we're going to see the best version of him in 2025.
Is he, though? Is Icky a ascending player? What do y'all think? Leave it in the chat. Let me know what y'all think. Is he an ascending player at this point? I got questions about that one. Because, like I said earlier, this man plays 3 quarters out of a 4-quarter game. For most of the season. He was terrible the season before that. And all of a sudden he has 4 good games and now he's an ascending player. Now Taylor Moton I can make an argument for. Because, You know, the first 4 games, he was terrible. And then the rest of the season, he looked good, man. He settled in. And he changed things up. You know, and he looked so much better as he went along. It was like a 180 from him. And it made me so happy, man. Because I wanted that from him. Because I knew he had it in him. And I believe Icky has it in him too. But the question is, does he have it in him here or somewhere else? You know, can we get that out of him? Another question I've got is he coachable? Is Icky coachable? You know? So, based on what we saw in the last 4 games of last year, I would venture to say yes. But, you know, can we get a full season out of him before we have to make a decision on that contract extension? You know, that's my question for Icky. You know, so is he ascending? I'm leaning towards no. Sorry, Brant, I'm leaning towards no. I'm not seeing what you're seeing. But, I mean, Icky, show me a full season and then we'll talk. You know what I'm saying? We'll revisit this conversation. I'm open to it. But I want to see you put out the talent and do what you're supposed to do. Then we can revisit that.
Talk after the draft about working through so many scenarios in advance. What's the in-season equivalent to that? Like, as you guys are talking about the roster or whatever it happens to be.
Ooh, good question. I like that one. What's the in-season equivalent to the possibilities he had drawn up during the draft? Fascinating question. I like that one. Let's see what he says about this.
Yeah, so that's more Justin Davidoff and me. We will sit there and we'll go through. All right, here's how much money we have. Here's what our roster looks like. Here's who's playing well. Spending a lot of time with our scouting staff, a lot of time with the coaches, and just understanding what are the things that we could be facing next year and how do we accomplish those goals. And it's a pretty incomplete process because then we have to get into, all right, like what does the draft look like, and you know where going to be the opportunities there. So we just do the best we can. We come up with scenarios and then we figure it out as it goes.
But he's basically saying just figure it out as you go. And I agree with that answer, really, after watching what I've watched with the GM position and how they do things. And I think it's a fascinating question because it shows me that this is a reporter that actually understands the GM position. You know, he understands those types of aspects of the job. Whereas all the rest of these press people are asking general questions, you know, about contracts and stuff like that. This is the type of question I came here for, because this really gives you a new thing to think about when it comes to GMs. You know, a new concept of, like, how are they handling certain things like this? You know, what is their mindset? You know, what things are they looking at when they make these decisions? And I'll be just really diving headfirst into the water and trying to get into the head of Brant Tillis. I like that. I like that. This is a guy that's done his homework. Whoever that reporter was, let me know the name of that reporter. Shout out to you. Very impressive question right there. I want more like that. Make us think, man. Make us think outside of the box.
for lack of a better term, as the money guy, I'm assuming there has to be a level of detachment that you have. Is that easy for you?
That is not easy for me. No, it's actually pretty hard.
Right.
But like these jobs aren't easy, right? Even the players out here, like the players, they just busted their tail out there for 2 hours in this heat. That's not easy either. So I think we all have a job to do. I rely on the people around me to help me out and keep me in my lane, so to speak. Like, hey, this is just business. I think it also helps the fact that players have agents. Like, the players have agents for a reason, so that the emotions do stay out of it, and that cuts both ways. So,
the problem with that is the agents can get a little bit overabundant and selfish when it comes to money. They get greedy, and that's the case with Josh Norman's agent, and that's the reason we couldn't keep him back in the early days. It had nothing to do with Josh himself. It had everything to do with the agent. And that's the downside to dealing with agents and stuff like that. And that's not often talked about, until these situations pop up. So, once these situations pop up, then you're like, oh crap. Maybe this player needs a new agent. Maybe, something isn't right here because they're asking for too much money. Maybe the contract just isn't right. Because the agent didn't look over it well enough. Or maybe the agent himself is shady and crooked. All right, perfect example of this is Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves in baseball. Because, and I know this is a different sport, but the same concept, stay with me here, for people that aren't into baseball. When I went looking into this agent that Freddie had when he was trying to get signed back with the Braves again, after a hugely successful run with him, championship and everything else, so they tried to do contract renegotiations with him to extend him. Well, it turns out that the agent himself was shady, and it turns out his wife was shady too. She was into some crazy nonsense too, So like, this is the risk you run, when you deal with agents as a GM. You don't know what you're dealing with until you get into the room with them. Unless you've been in the room with these guys before, it's a whole new ballpark once you start getting it into bed with some of these agents. Because if you don't do your proper research and due diligence on some of these agents, you're not going to know what is going to come walking through that door. It's like the pawn shop episodes, in Las Vegas, you don't know what's going to come through that door. So, my point is, man, some of these agents can be a bit shady. So you got to watch out. You got to really be on guard and watch out. So that's one of the parts of that job I would not want, is dealing with contract negotiations. Ooh, No. My assistant could have all of that. I want no part of that junk.
Yeah, to answer your question, no, it's not easy.
We're talking about the challenge of Icky's situation. Does the fact that both of your tackles, are due for an extension potentially, make it that much harder? Have both of them kind of timed up like this?
Is that a real question? Come on, man. Yeah, it is a difficult situation. Come on, man. Like, why are you asking questions you already know the answer to? I don't understand this dude. Every press conference, every one of them. There's just a question in there from him that just makes no sense. You know, no disrespect to him as a person, but, you know, like, these questions that he comes up with, just like, really? Really? Do you really need to spend 2 minutes of a coach's time trying to get an answer to that? You looked it up and did the research and realized that these two had a contract at the same time. Does it make it difficult? Yeah. Next question. God.
So I don't see Icky as somebody who's up. Icky's still got another year. We exercise the option. So
that too. So I mean, like, what? Why would you bring that up? This is yet again another situation where he has not done his homework. He acts like he has done his homework when he asks this question, but he hasn't. Like, you didn't know that? You didn't know he had another year on his contract? Come on. Come on, man. Like, this is the type of cheese, man. This is stuff I'm talking about, man. Ask better questions, man. Do your homework as a reporter. Understand the team before you start asking these questions. Bro, you are on the field like every day. Every day. On your phone. I have seen you. I have been around you. I haven't met you, but I've been around you in Spartanburg. And I literally see you on your phone half the time. Like, are you scrolling through TikTok, bro? Do some research on these players and these contracts. Do the research. It's not that hard. It takes you 2 minutes. Overthecap.com. It drives me absolutely crazy. Oh my God. Alright. Sorry about that. Had to deal with something. But you see what I'm talking about, y'all? This is the goofy stuff I'm talking about when it comes to press conferences. This is why for like 2 or 3 years when I started doing YouTube, I didn't want to do press conferences because of this goofy garbage. Like, come on, man. Oh my God. Please do your research before you ask your question.
You know, it's not great from a planning standpoint to have a starter that is on the last year of his deal, and that's why, you know, our preference would be to have players under contract. But again, like, the deal is going to have to make sense for both sides.
I would just to follow up. Some people might take that response as, because of the timing of it, that maybe Taylor's more of a priority. Is that the case?
Duh. Again, dumb question. Come on. Bro, you're driving me crazy with this. Somebody didn't get the answer he wanted, so let's follow up with another dumb question. like I can't with this dude, man. I can't with. Wow.
No, I wouldn't say anybody is more or less of a priority. Like, again, like we want to keep good players here, and we want to pay them at fair market rate.
I don't know what other response you were looking for, bud. Other than that one. Come on, man. I'm sorry you didn't get the response you wanted. Would you look at Cupcake instead? Would that make you feel better?
And so, however that happens, that'll happen.
Last year, there was like a lot of, hey, we can't wait for the waiver wire sort of things. You had first pick of the waiver wire. How much more do you have to rely on analytics and scouting when you're a little bit further down the pecking order, trying to figure out the probability of guys being cut, as well as, like, you know, what positions you can target?
Back to your regular schedule program of good questions. Let's go.
A little bit, yeah. I would say so. I think that as far as using analytics to go through that process, I think we did a pretty good job of it last year. I don't know how many guys actually got claimed by multiple teams. Just what I've noticed through the however many years it has been going through that process, 15 years, that teams tend to zero in on players and they don't always zero in on the same player. So I think we're at 8 now, I think, or 7, I forget where we are, but wherever we are, I think we'll have an opportunity to get players who we want. But usually now, what I think, I'm just kind of doing this off the top of my head here, so Bruce can get mad at me, but I think you're seeing more trades now. And so the quality of player that's able to be claimed doesn't exist like it did 10 or 15 years ago.
There wasn't.
I would probably agree with that. You know, again, you'd have to have the science and analytics to confirm that or deny that. But yeah, that's more of a question for his analytics person, more so than him.
A whole lot of depth. Do you feel like that has gotten better?
Oh yeah, and you can see it out there with how competitive the practices are. You know, Dan and the scouting staff have done an amazing job of bringing in depth. Our coaches are really coaching them all up. So you're seeing the whole organization at play here.
Brent, I understand that Bryce is only going.
I mean, you can look at the roster and see that this is better depth. Come on, man. Why would you ask that? You haven't been paying attention during off season at all? Have you been living under a rock, bro? Sheesh, man. Did you not pay attention to Twitter/X at all? This whole entire off season? Come on, man. Did you completely miss the draft process? Where you been, bro?
Going into his third year and all these things. But how early do you consider a second contract for a quarterback who could be a franchise quarterback? How does that process go?
So I've only done it with Pat Mahomes in Kansas City. And Pat, it was a little easier because after Pat's second year, Pat made it to the AFC Championship game. We made it there. We had something good going. We kind of knew, right? With Bryce, it's just like the Icky conversation. Bryce is an ascending player, so I don't want to sit here and make any kind of promises, any kind of statements about what we're thinking about for Bryce's contract or anything like that. Bryce would probably be the first to tell you this. Bryce needs to focus on football and being the best version of himself, and the contract stuff will get figured out. Obviously, the quarterback is important.
Right.
Okay. My question is, what is your version of an ascending player? Like, what is your definition of that, Brant Tillis? I kind of need some context here, you know, to figure out why you're answering with that phrase, you know? Because if we're going by, okay, the player is improving, you know, in skills and skill sets and, you know, developing as a person, then yeah, I would agree. Bryce Young has definitely done that. But Icky has kind of stayed the same. He has improved somewhat in the last 4 games of the last year, but is that going to be consistent going into next year? Again, like, what's your definition of an ascending player? Like, and I'm asking the chat this too. What would be your opinion of it, of what that might mean? What does that mean to you? You know, because everybody's going to have a different definition of what they think an ascending player is. So I'm kind of curious to see, you know, give me some opinions on what you think an ascending player is to you. Because that's kind of fascinating to me that he's used that phrase twice now. And, yeah. He grouped Bryce Young and Icky into that same grouping. And if we're going by my version of it, then that doesn't necessarily match up, you know? So perhaps he has a different definition of that or some type of idea of what that means so we can kind of figure out what that means to him. That would be good. Just to help us out, Brant. You know, not mad at it, just saying.
Off of that, so it kind of seems like a cadence for you guys, at least with the last 2 big deals you've done with Derek and JC, have been tag them, next offseason extend them. Is that kind of the cadence that you guys are comfortable with as an organization when it comes to guys like Icky or potentially like Bryce, or does it not really matter?
I think we would like to do deals early, just generally. But again, they have to work for both sides, and so if it works, it works.
Speaking of JC's contract, I mean, he's out here, he's talking, he's leading, he's doing everything. What does it mean to somebody who is negotiating that contract, but also is, you know, has the weight of that contract on your salary cap when a guy responds the way he does to getting that big deal?
Oh, it's great. It's great for our team, and it's to me, it's a lesson in leadership, and it's how to do things the right way. I think you see it with JC in a big way right now, but you know, we saw it last year and this year too with Robert Hunt and how much he's pushing, and you know, he got a big contract. Damian Lewis too. Turk Wharton's out there doing the same thing. Like, all the guys who we've paid a substantial amount of money to have really stepped up and have continued to do so.
Uh-oh. We know the next player that's going to get a big contract. We know the next player. Did y'all hear that? Okay. And that's an excellent question, too. Because these contract negotiations are not simple. You know, you have to go through several different factors, and you have to produce on the field. You have to ask for the right things, and that's exactly what he was alluding to with the first answer that he gave to the first question. Because this is a complicated process. And for some players, it's a lot less complicated, you know, such as franchise players like Patrick Mahomes. But for players like us that we have on this team, you know, it's a lot more complicated. You know, you have to factor in a lot of different extra areas that you didn't previously have to do when you're making contracts with the Chiefs. You know, Brant Tillis is who I mean. Speaking from his perspective. So it's not simple. And these are all very, very relevant questions and good ones to ask. Except for the 2 or 3 that I saw from, I think it was Joe. I think it's Joe. But relevant questions, though. So you have one more?
Everybody good?
Yep. Thanks, Brent.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, is that it? Gotcha. All right. I think that is a very good presser for Brent Tillis, and I learned a good bit about his thought process and getting into his head of how he approaches things, which this is how a GM should be approaching things and using that type of business language, when approaching questions like this. It shows me he knows what he's doing and he's really, really intelligent. And he didn't stutter. He wasn't reading off of a sheet. He wasn't looking at a teleprompter. None of that. This man was looking straight at the camera and answering the question. Straight from his mindset. Right there. At the moment. This footage wasn't doctored. None of that. This man was straight up telling you, this is how I work. So he's honest. He's fair. And he's respectful. So I like what we're getting out of Brant. I like him as a person. I like what he's bringing to the table. And honestly, I want to see more. I want to see more. I like these contracts so far. And I've been very, very happy with them. The only one I really kind of questioned at first was the one for Damian Lewis on the offensive line, because of the fact that it was $100 million versus the market. You know what I mean? And the next highest version person was like 85 million. Then you had a massive drop off all the way down to like $30 million. Contracts for offensive linemen. So, and that was at the time that we made that move. So my question is, could you have possibly dropped that off like $10 million or $20 million and just kind of knock that down a little bit so that we're not paying as much debt in the future, and putting that towards maybe like a contract extension for Taylor Moton, to keep him around. Maybe you want a certain player to stick around. Maybe you need that money for free agency. Maybe you need that for a rookie contract. Who knows? Once we're trying to extend them in the future. Who knows what that $10 million or $15 million might look like later on. See, that's my only question about his contract negotiating, so far. But maybe he had a good reason for that. But I mean, maybe that player just wanted to become the highest paid. Damian Lewis wanted to become the highest paid offensive guard, at that point. Maybe that's what it was. We don't know for 100% sure what went on at that negotiating table because, like he said, what goes on between him and that agent stays between them. We're not supposed to know that info. So, overall, that's where that conversation is contract negotiations. I like what I'm seeing. From what contracts came out of his office so far and off his desk. But, I don't have any problem with all of that. So, I'm pleased with it. But training camp's going well so far. Really pleased with Shamar Bartholomew so far. Really like what he's bringing to the table. Hunter Renfrow, excited to see him do what he's doing. T-Mac, all them players, man, doing what they're doing, hunting for those spots, man. That's what it's all about. So we'll see how this continues to play out as we go along. I'll try to do streams whenever I can. I can't promise when I'm going to be able to do streams as far as our training camp content is concerned. Like I say, they don't give us a schedule. They don't give us any idea like really when these practices occur, or what days that they have off. So I'm just kind of going by ear here and just putting out live streams whenever I can do it during the day, because I've got other stuff off camera to deal with. So, please bear with me. I apologize for not getting a live stream in yesterday because I was just exhausted. These past couple days, I've just been busy as a beaver. So, it is what it is. I got to it as soon as I could, So, with a good night's rest sleep. But, hopefully we are caught up now. I think we are. And after training camp is over, we'll run through some of these extra ones, with like say this built to run one with happy half hour thing. We'll run through those and we'll see, kind of what they're talking about. See if we agree with all that stuff. We might cover a couple more press conferences later on. Once that's done, maybe Damani Richardson would be a good one. If we hadn't covered that already today, I think we did. Yeah, we did. Just basically anything that we feel is relevant after training camp is done, we'll cover that. And I want to do a totally separate stream on Panthers day off for the documentary. So we'll schedule that whenever we see on Twitter that they've got a day off. And we'll just do like a 2-hour stream or something like that and just cover that specifically. That sound good to everybody? Is there anything else that I did not cover that you would like to see me cover today that is relevant and important that we need to talk about? If so, drop it in chat, because I am down to talk about it. Any questions, thoughts, anything that you guys want to talk about, I'll leave it in your hands for an extra 15 minutes or something like that, if that's cool with you guys. So anything, any topic, any players that you want to talk about, let's do it. Throw them out there. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see. Robert Hunt. That's the name I was trying to think of. Robert Hunt. Sorry about that. My brain scrambled after this week. I'm just trying to keep up and process everything right now. But yeah, Dabo was talking about Hunter Renfrow and said he's Superman out there, and he's not wrong, man. I saw it when he was in the orange and white uniform too. So there you go, back in the day. We got Dom Capers back on the field. Yeah, man. And Trevon Morig says he sees the vision for the Panthers defense coming alive. Okay. How they see me fitting into the scheme of the defense. It's a fun place to come work to. So just these things alone, you know, you got the feeling, you got to see it firsthand. I was excited to come here. Still need to feel it out on the grass, to walk on the playbook live. Scheme unfold around him and be in it to truly know what he could be in the defense. I'd probably just say defensive back, being able to play where the coaches need me to be able to play, really. Okay. Line up in a bunch of different spots, learn different techniques, different coverages, how to play in those spots. Just the whole versatility, like I said, the whole defense is implementing into that scheme. It's really fun to be around. Very versatile, Gyro says. Certain asset for us on the defense. Is our job to make sure we get in positions to utilize his strengths. Are you putting him in the right spots to utilize his strengths, though? Are you, the Gyro? Can you look us all in the eye right now, a Gyro, and say that you are putting these players in the best possible positions without lying? I'm just saying. We need to know for sure. We're uncertain about you. I think if you were to ask at least 75% of this fan base right now, they would say they are uncertain about you. And they would have questions about what you're doing. Because I saw several instances where some of these players were out of position last year. Can you look us in the eye, a Gyro, and tell us that you're doing the best thing for us right now and putting these guys in the right position? I'm watching you. Don't let me down. I want you to be successful, Gyro. I want you to be successful. But you got to show us. Talk the talk and walk the walk, my brother. Because right now you ain't walking the walk. And last year you had that crutch to lean on that people were injured. But this year you don't have that crutch anymore. We just filled in those gaps and got people healthy again. So if this defense ain't 15th at least in stopping the run, I don't want to hear the excuses, my man. We done with it. We done with it. If you cannot at least get to 15th rank in run defense with the talent that we have right now, everybody's going to be looking at you, Mr. Gyro, and saying, what are you doing? Why are we not there yet? By at least mid-season. I want to see it by mid-season. I understand we're going to have injuries. I understand we're going to have setbacks. I get that. We're the Carolina Panthers after all. We're used to that crap. Okay? That's not new. You know what else is not new? The fact that our franchise has been historically dominant in run stopping. Historically dominant on defense. So the excuses stopped this year. Either you get it done or you don't. Point blank period. then we find out. If you don't get it done, we find out exactly how much Dave Canales has the stomach to do this job properly or not. You know, as far as like hiring coaches and firing coaches. We'll find out real quick by the end of next year. And my favorite is, as long as my key card works. As long as my key card works. Freaking Joe Brady. Anyway, you knew I had to throw a little bit of smoke at him. Because it's just, you know, y'all came in here to be entertained too. You know, at least a little bit. Admit it, you did. Come on. So I had to throw that smoke, man. Just a little bit. Just for fun. But, you know. And also another lasting question I've got is, before I finish my monologue, is when the question was asked, like, what is the formula for the Seattle corners? You know, because one of the reporters asked about that. You know, are we following the formula of the Seattle corners? And it posed that question for me, you know, what is that formula? You know, why was that so successful? It opened the door to a couple of questions there. So, maybe not so bad of a question after all. Anyway, but yeah, excited to see all the hard work that these players are putting in. And the level of competition we're looking at is exactly what we want right now. You know, we are on track to find success, and I'm excited. You know, I'm excited. I'm happy and I'm excited. Because we're doing what we should be doing right now. So, I encourage all these players, if your name has not been mentioned on any of these live streams or any of this information on the media pages, do some soul searching and get your name mentioned for the right reasons. Turn some heads. You're being given a humongous opportunity by this Panthers organization. Take advantage of it. You want a spot in the 53? You want your dreams? You want a bigger contract? You want to be able to buy a house for your mom? Or your family member? Or shoot, even a new shiny car for your friend? You know, as a football player? I know all of y'all have that dream right now. On this roster right now, trying to make the 53. How much are you willing to sacrifice to get there? How much work are you willing to put in to get there? How much do you want it? Prove it. Don't just talk about it, prove it. Walk the walk, my brothers. And make it happen for yourselves. Don't rely on other people to inspire you. Inspire yourselves. Motivate yourselves. Because there will be a time where people will not do these things for you. You got to do it yourself. So, how much you want it? Go turn some heads. And with that, I say thank you very, very much for coming out and hanging out with us on this live stream. Shout out to Marcos Cash. Shout out to Patriots 12. Mainstays on the chat, on the channel. Thank you to all the new likes, follows, and subscribers. welcome to the Keep Pounding family. No matter where you're from, whether you're from a different country, different background, or a fan of any one of the 32 teams, or even not a fan at all and totally uninitiated and trying to learn this game, come into the chat and ask questions. We invite you to. You know, we will literally pause the content and answer questions for you. You know, we'll be happy to. You know, that's what this channel is all about. It's including people in, you know, and helping people to love this sport as much as we do and love the Panthers as much as we do. You know, or whichever team you choose, if it isn't the Panthers, and that's fine. It's fine if it isn't. You know, we welcome you in anyway. You know, like my man Patriots 12 here, man. He's in here like all the time. And, you know, he keeps it lively, man. With comments like that. You know, we're the greatest team ever, plus the Steelers and the Cowboys. You know, stuff like that. You don't always have to be a Panthers fan to be in here. So, welcome on in. Join the family. The water is fine in the Keep Pounding Nation. Thank you very, very much for your support, love, and generosity. And so, with that I say, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and scheduling for the league, as well as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app Fantasy Ball League, which we will be filling out soon. I said I was going to do that this week, but I've had a lot of delays, so I will be getting to that as soon as I can. You know, it may be this weekend, maybe after I get back from training camp, maybe the fan day. I don't know. I'll start sending out some messages and stuff like that when I'm ready to just 100% focus on that for a little bit. But right now I've got a lot of stuff on my plate right now to deal with, so got to deal with that first. But be patient with me, all the people that are interested. Make sure to comment on that pinned post on the Facebook group page about that, you know, so that you do not miss your opportunity to get in on the action this year. We don't have a prize at the end, but, you know, it's just shouting you out on stream and making sure that everybody knows, you know, you won. You know, just for fun, you know? So. But, thank you so much for all the support of making this stream and all of this stuff happen. From my team to you guys, you know, we put in the hard work. So, in a moment of silence for the people in New York, one more time. Thank you. Much love to the families. Prayers going out. And, you know, we'll see you guys soon in the next live stream tomorrow for the next training camp day or whenever they have it. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And you already know what to do. Keep pounding. Peace.